Test, test.
Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Kelly. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Falscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Kyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Senators and your guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, as we gather today, we're in a significant battle for our freedoms. So an ever-increasing necessity for us is to understand the need for fervent prayer. Your word declares in 1 Timothy chapter 2, verses 1 through 4, that public servants in positions of authority must be prayed for, so that a peaceful and calm godliness may prevail. Lord, in Acts chapter 12, verses 5 through 7, freedom for your people was in grave danger. Peter, leader of the apostles, was in chains and hopelessly imprisoned. But your people prayed for Peter. You honored their combined prayers. That chain of prayers coming from your people was heard by you. You released Peter from his chains so he could more effectively serve you and your people. Lord, please reproduce that scenario right here. If any one of us is wearing shackles of any kind that hinder us from more effectively serving you and your people, then remind us of the need for and the power of praying for one another. Keep us mindful of the increased energy principle found in Ecclesiastes 4, verse 9, where two praying together are better than one, and the synergy of three increases the power of prayer exponentially. And Lord, let not one of us be so careless or non-committal in thinking and linking the chain of our prayers together that any of us become the weakest link. Help us to be strong together and together strong. And in the same way that it happened with Peter, as we pray for each other, we'll see freedom prevail and the chains of bondage falling from us. I thank you, Lord, for the combined effect of our praying for one another. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen and amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please note references to bills on page 2 of the calendar. Messages from the governor. The clerk will read.
To the Senate of the State of Kansas, submitted for confirmation by the Senate are appointments made by me as the governor of the state of Kansas pursuant to law. Laura Kelly, governor. Member, CDI member, State Civil Service Board, Tom Phillips. Member, at large, State Civil Service Board, Cheryl Gilchrist. Secretary, Kansas Department of Labor, Amber Schultz. Laura Kelly, governor. Member, public member, number 4, KU Hospital Authority, Mark Ulig. Laura Kelly, governor.
This constitutes introduction of those appointments previously read. Communications from state officers. The clerk will read.
Pursuant to KSA 747303, I am appointing Becky Dickinson as a member of the Crime Victims Compensation Board. Pursuant to KSA 757427B2A, I appoint Stephen D. Anderson to serve as Medicaid Inspector General. Sincerely, Derek Schmidt, Kansas Attorney General. Pursuant to KSA 2020 Sup 756301, I am appointing Daniel Klukas as Kansas Securities Commissioner. Sincerely, Vicki Schmidt, Commissioner of Insurance.
This constitutes introduction of those appointments previously read. Messages from the House. The clerk will read.
Announcing the failure of Senate Bill 235. Announcing passage of HB 2021, sub HB 2094, HB 2248, HB 2339, HB 2021, an act concerning the issuance of certain bonds, sub HB 2094, an act concerning public safety officers, military personnel, and prisoners of war, HB 2248, an act concerning health and health care, HB 2339, an act concerning elections.
This constitutes introduction of those bills previously read. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. The bill on page 3, substitute for Senate Bill 267. Clerk will read the title.
Sub SB 267, an act making and concerning appropriations for fiscal years ending June 30th, 2021, June 30th, 2022, June 30th, 2023, and June 30th, 2024 for state agencies.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman.
Senator Brown, can you restate your vote a little louder? Pass. The vote's pass.
Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Aye.
Has anybody, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscudo. Preliminary on the computers 22 to 11. 22 ayes, 11 nays, remainder passing. Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
The senator from Lynn, I noticed isn't here. I didn't know if she was absent or should we do a call to the Senate?
It's a good question. We'll ascertain. Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. I go from pass to no.
Further votes, further changes. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle. We'll hold for a minute to see if we can ascertain the location. Senator from Lynn. Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. I called the Senate.
Seeing you need 5 hands. Seeing 5 hands, calls in order. Oh, so you know we are now present. Call is raised. Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye, and my apologies for being late. I didn't realize we had started. Thank you.
Any explanation of vote? Any further changes of vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did I miss my opportunity for an explanation? If so, I can submit it to the secretary.
I did close the roll, so if you don't mind. Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies. Will we have a chance to give our explanation of vote orally?
I called for explanation three separate times. You may now submit your explanation to the Journal.
I would be happy to do that. Thank you, Mr. President.
24 having voted in favor and 13 against the passage of SB 267, this measure having reached its constitutional majority is hereby declared passed. Are there announcements? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauskido.
Mr. Vice President, I just wanted to say happy St. Patrick's Day. You like that? Thank you, Mr. President.
Further announcements. I'm going to announce we're going to have a Republican caucus to go over GO. I'm going to close, for those that of the public or the media, we're going to close the first few minutes of caucus for personnel matters, and then we will open when it comes to business before the legislature on GO. And I'll yield to the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus upon recess in our regular room, 287 North.
Very good. Seeing no further announcements, Chair recognizes Assistant Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess to the sound of the gavel.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Actually, I don't even need to take a vote. We're in recess. Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes Assistant Majority Leader from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into Committee of the Whole for the consideration of bills on the calendar under general orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Chair appoints the Senator from Saline, Senator Clays, to preside over the committee.
The Senate, having resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We'll now turn our attention to substitute for House Bill 2066. The Chair now recognizes the Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HB 2066 is an expansion of current law, establishing procedures for universal occupational licenses for military service members and military spouses. The expansion is in reducing time for processing and to expand to professionals that wish to establish themselves and their families in Kansas. This bill recognizes that professionals who desire to move to Kansas retain their knowledge, skills, and experience when they cross the Kansas border. It mandates that a military service member and military spouse receive a Kansas license and that all others may receive a license, but the board still retains all authorities. The bill language does highlight that applicants are informed by the various boards about their status of their applications in accordance with the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act. All licensing boards and occupational licenses are covered under this bill, except lawyers who are under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, and there were also a couple of others added, Board of Healing Arts and engineers on the House side as amended. This bill is a major safety valve that allows the licensing boards to, it has a major safety valve that allows the licensing boards to deny a license if they determine someone jeopardizes the health and safety of the public. Kansas being an outbound migration state, we are currently ranked number 5 by the United Van Line study as the most population leaving our state. This is a bill that is very important to us because prior to the pandemic and the closure of businesses, the state had more than 30,000 occupational licensed positions unfilled. The Secretary of Commerce was going around the state trying to find ways to get more talent into this state. That a robust talent force is needed to grow the economy. The #1 vacancies is for engineers. There are also repeated articles about the need for universal licensing. You might think that this doesn't happen in Kansas, but last year, when the House was hearing the bill, there was a representative from Wichita in the Capitol with a military family and their spouse. The spouse was a licensed occupational professional in another state whose husband was a colonel in the United States Air Force stationed in Kansas. She asked to testify while they were having this hearing, and the chair allowed the testimony. She stepped up to the microphone with tears in her eyes and talked passionately about how when her husband was deployed, she was not allowed to work in Kansas because the board would not grant her a license because she did not have the exact standards, but she was a licensed working professional in another state. Her husband was deployed, and she had nowhere to turn to help provide for her family. The board's hands were tied, all because we, the legislature, had not passed the laws to allow working professionals to come to Kansas and have their knowledge, skills, and experience recognized as they cross into Kansas. This bill utilizes the scope of practice standard because of the Department of Defense's study issued in 2018 that evaluated the 2 standards. The department was directed to conduct a study, determine if the intent of the program was being achieved. It was not, and it was determined that substantially equivalent was enabling barriers and not focusing on or consideration of work experience. They recommended the use of more universal language which encourages a focus on work experience as well as everything else. You might ask yourself again, why Kansas? Kansas currently has a couple of bases, military bases in Kansas, and that's something that BRAC looks at. And the Military Board for Relocation and Closures, that is something that looks at. And I don't know if it's all right at this time. I would like to go ahead and yield to the good senator from Lyon. He currently serves on the Governor's Military Board Commission, and I would yield over to the senator from Lyon.
The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity and appreciate the senator from Cherokee yielding. I do serve, well, first of all, I do represent Geary County, which has a very large military population in it, and I represent part of Fort Riley, and I also do serve on the Governor's Military Council. I can tell you this is the #1 priority of the Governor's Military Council. It is also extremely important to the command staff at Fort Riley and the Department of Defense. Other than military readiness, I would say this is one of the, if not the top issue, it is certainly one of the top 5 of the Department of Defense in making sure that military families have the opportunities at the bases that they're stationed at. This is extremely important because as you learn more about the military, oftentimes assignments at a military base, even with deployments, is often 2 years or less. And so these military spouses are moving around. They may have professional or vocational licenses, and by the time they get into a state and they get through all the credentialing that is required, and then look for an employment opportunity, oftentimes it's time to move on. And so this bill would allow the military spouses the opportunity to pass that credentialing on from another state that they were licensed in, and it is extremely important to the military. Another part of the bill is we spend a tremendous amount of time in those areas around the military bases, encouraging those enlisted men and those officers as they transition out of service to consider Kansas as one of the places that they should certainly consider to retire to. This would allow those military spouses who maybe have spent time in Kansas, those military families that liked Kansas, and maybe they've been stationed at Fort Hood, and it's time to retire, and they want to come back to Kansas. This would allow reciprocity for those retirees also. I assume we're probably going to have a lot of discussion today about who should be excluded from the bill and who shouldn't. I think it's fair to say that the military's stance is that no one should be excluded, no professions, and that would be their preference. Currently, the bill does have a higher standard for some healing arts and engineer professions. I know that we have all been contacted by other professions that feel that they should have that higher standard also. Let me remind the body that the bill does not require an employer to hire one of these individuals. It only says that they are licensed and therefore can apply for a job. Certainly, as an employer, if you are concerned about the credentialing, you're concerned about the experience, you're concerned about whether the person that is applying for your job is the type of employee you want, you don't have to hire them. But this allows those military spouses, those spouses of retirees, to come to the state of Kansas and continue their profession. With that, I'll yield back to the senator from Cherokee.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Other questions for the senator from Cherokee, the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the legislation, and the gentleman, the senator from Lyon, he read my mind. As the ranking member on the Senate Federal and State Affairs Committee, I asked that question of regarding employers, if they were required, if they must hire, and he addressed that in committee. And Mr. Chairman, as a proud member of the Women's Auxiliary Club of Post 273, and my father serving in the Korea War, I certainly rise in support of the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there further questions for the senator from Cherokee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I would yield over to the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco. She was
Apologies,
standing.
didn't see you standing there. The chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did try to wear a bright jacket today. So I do have a question for the senator from Cherokee, if he would stand for it.
You will.
So why would not having a license to practice architecture be a barrier to employment for an architect or an architect in training in Kansas?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do apologize. I could barely hear what the good senator from Douglas was asking. I did hear architect in training, and I think that was about all I heard.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, why would not having a license to practice architecture be a barrier to employment for an architect or an architect in training in Kansas?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Let me see if I can answer this or get this question right. I believe the question was, why would not having a license in architecture or architecture study be a benefit to Kansas?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
I think what I was hearing in the testimony was it was important for people to have licenses to be able to get employment. So the question was really, is not having a license to practice architecture a barrier to being employed to do architecture work or be an architect in training in Kansas?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
I believe the architectural board has licensing requirements, and I believe to practice as an architect in the state of Kansas, you do have to be licensed. If you are coming from out of state, you still have to be a licensed architect before you would be able to qualify for a license in the state of Kansas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's true that you would have to have a license before you signed off on drawings, but it is not true that you have to have a license to be employed in an architecture office or do architectural work. You simply cannot issue those construction drawings without a licensed architect having signed them. So in some cases, there are principals of an architecture firm that do not themselves have a license. So in that respect, there really is not a barrier to employment. If somebody's coming from out of state, they're less likely to open a shingle or put up a shingle and open their own office. They're very likely to look to start work in a firm, and because of that, they would not need a license for that employment. So, Mr. Chair, I'm standing up because my background is in architecture. I taught a few years at the School of Architecture and Urban Design at the University of Kansas, and I worked in facilities planning. And I think because of those connections, I've heard from a lot of architects about this bill. So one of my concerns is that this bill does not consider liability issues between architects, engineers, owners, and contractors. So in a traditional design bid build project, it is the architect who holds the contract with the client. And so then it's the architect who is responsible to hire the engineering disciplines needed. And so it seems awkward that since the architect is liable for the engineers under contract, that there is a lesser standard for licensing that architect than there is for engineers. Some of the other things that I heard about, certainly deal with knowledge of the codes, and the state has adopted the 2018 International Code Council suite of codes. And so we want architects who are practicing in Kansas to be very familiar with some of specific concerns that we have in Kansas. One of them would be FEMA-related tornado shelters that are required for K through 12 schools and civil facilities. So if we have those codes, we want to make sure that architects have that training and experience to meet those. And the other things would be, you know, heating and cooling and pressurization. So one of the most important things that we are asking architects to do is follow our life safety codes and make sure those systems are designed correctly. Because of that, I believe we should not accept anything less than a license for an architect when they're being asked to sign off on drawings. For working, that's not a problem. For employment, that's not a problem. This bill should not distinguish in any way, in my opinion, between architects and engineers, and I'm sorry that was the choice that the committee made.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, the good senator from Lyon did remind this body that just because the board gives someone a license, it is not a requirement on any business or individual to hire that person. If a engineering company has rules and regulations or things that they look at, experience, they are still have that privy. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I also do have unless we're still going back and forth, I do have an amendment.
Have you turned in the amendment?
I have.
What is the number?
1770.
Would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'll explain it. It's very, very short. All this does is when we were looking at it, I meant to do this amendment in committee, but just didn't happen. So what this bill does, or this amendment is for, is in the current bill, it goes into effect at the in Kansas Register, and we're going, or at the statute book, we're going to put it in the Kansas Register.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just moved my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. We're back on the bill. Are there questions for the senator from Cherokee? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to go back to the previous comment. Again, an employer is allowed to hire anyone they want. That would be true in an architecture firm. And in that case, they can hire people to do work who don't necessarily have a license because they are working at that firm for an individual who would have a license, and it is not necessary for everyone in the firm to be signing those documents.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, do you care to respond?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to see if I was still okay to close, had the floor to close, or you had recognized me to close earlier, and I yielded to the senator from Douglas, and then I did the amendment, so I just wondered if we were still on closing.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
No, I failed to recognize the senator from Douglas due to my peripheral vision, so we are still on questions.
That's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you, sir.
Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment.
Have you turned in the amendment?
I have.
What is the number?
1700.
Would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
It would probably be much shorter to have it read, but I can explain it. It's nearly as short, actually it is as short as the Senator from Cherokee's recent amendment. Would you like me to explain it now or wait till people pick up their?
You may explain.
Thank you. It just inserts architecture into the bill on page 7, line 32. And I would be happy to further explain it when the time is appropriate.
You may explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start out with just being clear about what licensure really is about. It clearly has the purpose of regulating a specific profession or occupation. And the purpose of licensure is to protect the public, the health, safety, and the welfare of the consuming public. That's a critical thing, and when I found out this bill was in play and heard from some of my local architects, I happened to recall back in 1981 the tea dance that was at the Hyatt Regency in Kansas City. On July 17th, there were 2 bridges, one directly over the other, or walkways. They collapsed and they killed 114 people, injured 216 other ones. This disaster contributed to quite an uptake among the public and the professions to make sure that the training and licensure of engineers, architects, effects on emergency management, it was the deadliest non-deliberate structural failure in American history at that time. The Kansas City Star reported that it occurred during a time of high unemployment, double-digit interest rates, inflation, pressure on builders to win contracts and complete projects swiftly. There were others. There was a Kemper Arena. There was a Hartford Civic Center roof collapse a year or 2 before that. So there was quite a concern about both the licensure, the training, and the impact it had on the public, not just their safety, but the lives. So this amendment looks at what I think is a basic fairness issue. Professional engineers, members of the Board of Technical Professions, so are architects. The engineers were added to this bill as an exempt group. I think the senator from Douglas talked a lot about what the work of those engineers is, as well as the architects, and the fact that oftentimes contracts for jobs are given to the architect who then hires a professional engineer. And they both have to stamp the drawings, sign off on the quality of the work. They're both held accountable, and the architect often, if they hold the lead contract, holds the liability. We have 2 universities in Kansas that are nationally accredited universities. One at Kansas State University, one at the University of Kansas in their architecture schools. The dean of the College of Architecture at Kansas State testified, and I think he also has talked to at least me and several other people, and they're very proud of that program. They recently built a new building, which is right next to the engineering building on the K-State campus. One of the things they're very proud about in terms of being a regional accredited architecture school is the number of out-of-state students that come and get their degrees at this architecture school. They range between 52 to 58% of out-of-state students. That certainly has an economic impact on our university and our corner of the state, but it also accredits these people to have the kind of skills, I think, to avoid the kinds of disasters I talked about that occurred at the Hyatt Regency. The dean's opposition to this is that other states don't have accredited architecture schools. And I'll speak a little bit from another architect's standpoint about what that is. But they don't have those standards in order to get their degrees. So when you talk about reciprocity and you talk about the similarity of qualifications, there is a vast difference between many of the architects that are licensed in other states compared to the ones that we should be proud of that are licensed here in Kansas. Architecture is clearly a very complex field. It takes highly trained and skilled people, and it takes a long course of study. It's not your typical, and never was, a 4-year program. So what they see happening in this bill, if we don't add architects, is it's really an end around, and it doesn't meet the standards that we currently have, and it potentially seriously undermines the economic contribution of our 2 in-state universities, which would encourage people to get their degrees at other places, which certainly would be easier and not as high a standard. I'd like to also share with you what one of our local architects shared with me. He pointed out that 15 states do not require a degree from a nationally accredited architecture program. Again, those ones that are accredited, K-State and KU. He thinks that, as the dean does, that graduates will be less likely to come here and pursue their licensure. And the ultimate consequence of that is that those architects who are in other states can practice here. In fact, it was pointed out to me that we have about 3,000 architects that are licensed in the state of Kansas. Only 1,000 of them live here. 2,000 live out of state, but they have to meet our standards, and they practice in the state on various jobs. So he sees it as really upending a practice that has worked well for us the past 72 years. That protects both the people in our state and commerce in our state. He sees that by not including them, as we have the engineering profession, those that are professionally licensed engineers, that we would have a less competent workforce. It would create liability problems for the architects and also the firms that employ them. As was pointed out in previous comments, there are mechanisms for unlicensed engineers and architects to work under the supervision of the licensed professional architect or engineer, and they feel that this would not inhibit people, particularly the concern we have, and I share that concern about making sure that our military spouses and family members have an opportunity to engage in our economy. But I think by not including them, we violate this basic fairness issue. So I'm happy to stand for questions and am eager to move my amendment when appropriate.
Other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a question on the amendment, I just want to reiterate the importance of this bill, getting it through with as few exclusions as possible. Every exclusion that we put on waters this bill down ineffectively, and I just want to remind you of what BRAC is, the Board for Relocation and Base Relocation and Closure. We do have military bases here. You've heard from the good senator from Lyon County that this is their #1 priority, and if they had their preference, the military would have no exclusions. So with that, what this bill the intention of this bill, I would ask the body to vote against this amendment.
Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk, do you care to respond?
Just that by the nature of architects and professional engineers being excluded, I don't think this would have an impact on the military spouses that the bill originally intended to help, even though it was expanded to a total group. And so I don't think this would impact that, and I don't think it would affect BRAC. And I have every bit as much concern about BRAC and keeping our military bases because Fort Riley is in my service area also.
Are there further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All right, there has been a division requested and a roll call requested. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Ellie. Baumgartner. Bellinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Begg. Falscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Kyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Senator Holland is en route, so we will hold the roll. Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we are waiting for the good senator from Douglas County, can we have a preliminary count?
The preliminary vote count is 15 aye, 17 nay, with 4 passing and 4 absent. It appears we won't be waiting for Senator Holland. Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn. Oh. All right. Any other senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "16 having voted in favor and 17 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Any further questions for the senator from Cherokee? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
No question, Mr. Chair. I just want to make 2 points here. I am so excited about this bill right now. We talk about BRAC, we talk about closures, but really there's an opportunity not just for BRAC. We're not just defending our bases. Obviously I represent Fort Leavenworth, but we're also drawing, when other bases close, we're making an environment that's attractive for other entities to come here in the Department of Defense. And that's very exciting to me. And being on a border district, Missouri is doing this, and I'm excited to have the opportunity to draw more people, and I'm excited that we're working on real business development here today. This bill, in particular, is about attracting business and people and jobs to Kansas, and that's exciting to me. So I'm in full support of this. I can't wait till we get this thing moving.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we move out on the bill, I do have one more question. And that has to do with the reference on page 7, line 40. And I think I have the most recent copy of the bill. It's as amended by the House Committee of the Whole. But it says this section shall apply to all licensing bodies not excluded under subsection Q, including but not limited to, and yet subsection Q talks about applying to the practice of law or regulation of attorneys, and I did not realize those were licensing bodies.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good senator from Douglas is correct. That should say R.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a very good architectural training, and it encouraged us to look at the details. If the senator from Cherokee is going to ask for an amendment to change that, might he also ask for an amendment on page 7, line 32, to separate the words engage and in?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
I apologize. On page 7, line 32, separate engage and in. Was that her question?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
I believe the two words are combined and there should be a space between.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The copy that I'm looking at, those are separated. So they're two words.
Are there any further questions for the senator from Cherokee? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate substitute for House Bill 2066 favorably for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 37. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine, to move adoption of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 37 would amend provisions on agent licensing and renewal requirements for licensed agents in the state of Kansas. As I take you through this, Section 1 would remove the requirement of a six-month waiting period for those retaking an examination after the third or subsequent failure of a license test. If you want to keep failing it and you want to keep taking it, you're welcome to do so. Sections 2 through 7 deal with the uniform insurance agents licensing. The bill would define the biennial date as the term which applies to both the agents and to registered businesses. It establishes a biennial renewal fee starting on January 1 of 2022 to pay $4. It reworks the continuing education credits. Currently, we have 2 separate licenses in Kansas. We have a life and health agent's license, and we have a property casualty. Each one of those licenses are required to take 12 hours of continuing ed. So someone who is dually licensed currently has to take 24 hours. Those that are single license must complete 12 hours. This bill, for a number of reasons, which I'll explain, removes that bifurcated system. It goes to 1 license, and then it requires 18 hours of continuous education with at least 3 hours of those continuing ed to be ethics. The main, well, a number of reasons for that, but the main reason is there is a national licensing platform called NIPOR or NIPR. And in that, they do not allow a bifurcated system. So what this system would allow is Kansas agents through NIPAR could register to be a Kansas agent, and that would also allow that reciprocity with other states in which they wanted to be licensed. We are the only state in the country that does not use NIPAR for residential licensing. There are 4 additional states that do not use parts of NIPAR, but we are the only state that does not use it for residential licensing. The bill also deals with the appointment of agents, and the bill would remove the affiliation requirements for those business entities, other words, insurance companies, that each officer, director, partner, and employee of that business entity who acts as an insurance agent must be licensed as an insurance agent. So when you call your insurance agent, or you go in there, currently anybody who you correspond with about either the purchase of a policy or a claim is required to be licensed. Under this bill, you would have a producer that would be licensed, and those under him or her would not necessarily have to be. The bill sets forth a number of notification requirements of insurance agents to notify the commissioner if there's any disciplinary action from another state, if there's disciplinary action on an occupational license, if there's a judgment or injunction on the licensee that they have conducted fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation, any details of a conviction of a misdemeanor or felony, any name change, any change in residence, any change in the name or the address of the agency, and each termination of a business relationship. Section 5 of the bill goes through licensing and renewals and those permissible considerations that the commissioner could use in granting a license that has been suspended. And then there's also a separate section of considerations that the commissioner could use on someone who has had a license revoked. Section 7 deals with the penalties for failure to renew. Anyone who has not renewed their license within the first 90 days of being due would pay a $100 fine. There is sections 8 and 9 deal with public adjusters. Under this bill, the Public Adjusters Licensing Act would add fingerprinting and criminal history record checks. Mr. Chairman, this bill passed the House 123-0. In committee, the proponents that we heard from were KAIA, the IMA Financial Group, the Kansas Association of Professional Insurance Agents, the National Association of Insurance and Financial Advisors, State Farm Insurance, Advisors XL, and the Kansas Chamber. I would also call your attention to the fiscal note. Because of the change in licensing fees, this would reduce the Department of Insurance income by approximately $5 million, and that $5 million would go back to agencies and agents within the state of Kansas. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lyon? Chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chairman of the Financial Institutions and Insurance Committee explained the bill rather well. After the bill left the committee, I came across something that another state does that I thought, well, Kansas should do this for our licensed insurance agents as it relates to continuing education hours. So therefore, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
The amendment has been turned in. The number is 1786.
Would you like to explain it or have it read?
I'll be happy to do so. I had mentioned this in Republican caucus, and I had also made the minority caucus aware of this amendment. This amendment would allow an individual who is active duty military personnel who misses taking some of their continuing education courses because of their military duty would not have to go back and take those. When they did get off of active duty, then they would go back to being required to take the continuing education hours. It's fairly simple, straightforward. I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the Vice Chair bringing this amendment. I am in full agreement and support of this amendment. I don't think we should penalize active service members for not being able to take their continuing education hours while they're serving our country.
Further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move my amendment.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Are there further questions for the senator from Lyon? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am not particularly a fan of Senate Bill 37. However, in the spirit of trying to work with all parties, I have invested many hours in conversations and in reaching out to those who I don't agree with on this legislation to try to come to some middle ground so that the legislation can move forward. They would be happy with it and I'd be satisfied with it. And one thing as an insurance agent that we have the privilege of doing is take continuing education credits, CECs, or just continuing education is a simple way to say it. Currently, as the chairman mentioned, the legislation is, we have 2 licenses, and they're 24 hours if you're dual licensed, 12 hours if you're single line licensed. The legislation would increase that to 18 hours for single line license and decrease it for dual line licensed. And not really thinking that's a good thing, but willing to let it move forward if we can come to some type of middle ground. I do have an amendment. It's been turned in. The amendment number is 1782.
Would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will be happy to explain it. It is rather short, brief. Again, we visited about it in Republican caucus. The minority party has been made aware of it, and I realize they have not seen the amendment until just now. But several states, as a matter of fact, 8 that I was able to find, have exemptions for insurance agents who have been in the business for a period of time. The shortest that I did find is 15 years, and then it goes up from there. Some are tied to age as well. What my amendment would do would say a licensed insurance agent who has been in the business 25 years or longer as of January the 1st, 2022, and has not had their license lapse or suspended or revoked would be exempt from taking continuing education credits. That's what the amendment does. I'll be happy to stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions on the amendment? Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and once again, I appreciate the Vice Chair bringing this for a discussion. This is a policy matter, and so it is, this body can certainly decide what policy that we want to go, but there are a couple of things I would like to point out. On continuing ed, the standard, as you might call it, across the country is for 24 hours of CE. We are moving to 18. Currently, our 12 hours of CE is the lowest in the nation for a single line agent. If we go to the non-bifurcated 18-hour system, we will be the second lowest in the United States for CE requirements. I I certainly understand that someone who's been licensed for 25 years probably has had a lot of CE over the years. A couple of concerns is I'm sure that my vice chair is very well informed. He's very knowledgeable on his products. He's very up to date on his ethics. Unfortunately, I can't say for sure that everyone that has been in the business 25 years is as professional and as good as the good senator is. So that is one concern. The other concern that has been brought to my attention, and quite honestly, I have not been able to vet this out, is if there is a problem sometime with an agent, does the fact that they have been excluded from CE requirements after 25 continuous years, does that increase their liability, and does it increase their E&O insurance? I have not been able to get an answer on that, but that is a concern, but I will leave this up to the body.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As it relates to the number of CE hours, we are all over the board as far as a state, and many states are, because there are so many different lines of insurance. Just briefly, in South Carolina, for example, if you've been licensed for 20 years and are 55 years of age, you are exempt from continuing education hours. In Louisiana, it's 15 and age 65. There are some other requirements. They don't expect you to be working full time. Tennessee has an interesting exemption to continuing education hours, and I'm not going to go through all these, but if you've been continuously licensed in Tennessee since January the 1st of 1994, and of course every year that gets longer, you don't have to take continuing education hours. Now, as it relates to the errors and omissions coverage or liability coverage, I'm like the chairman. I do not have an answer as to that, if that would affect it. If it does affect it, each insurance agent can continue to take continuing education hours. As a matter of fact, even though the state currently requires 12 continuing education for single line and 24 for dual license, some agents take significantly more than that, and they have that freedom to do, and they will continue to have that freedom to take continuing education hours in excess of the 18. And if they find that their errors and omissions coverage is increasing because of not taking continuing education hours, I'm certain they will go to class and they will sit there and stay awake for whatever number of hours and then receive a certificate and receive their discount. I'll be happy to answer additional questions, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the goals of the underlying bill is to homogenize our licensing process and use the NIPR system. I am not as familiar as some of the good senators on that committee. Will this affect our ability to work with that system? I thought there was some kind of a requirement that there be 18 hours of continuing education. Is the standardization important in this regard, or do we know? And I'll sit after this.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellent question. I'm glad that the senator from Leavenworth asked that question. I reached out to the supporters of this legislation on these amendments to find out. I specifically asked the Kansas Insurance Department if doing this would, or any of these amendments that I've offered about the military or this one, would affect the National Insurance Producers Registry System, which is NIPRS or NIPRS, whatever you want to call it. And they said it would not. They felt like it would not affect reciprocity of insurance agents in getting licensed with many other states. So I see no downside to this. The upside is agents who are longtime agents who've been around quite a while would be allowed to be exempted from the continuing education requirements.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, and I do have a question for the senator who's carrying this amendment. I'm sorry, forgot his Senator Peck. Forgot his. Should listen more carefully. From Montgomery, sorry. Senator, since you are an agent, are you sharing with us that after a number of years, the insurance business doesn't change, that the policies don't change, and that it wouldn't be important for agents to be current on state and federal laws?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, there are constant changes in the insurance industry. As an insurance agent, anytime there is a change in any of the states that an agent is licensed in, I can assure my colleagues that that insurance company will provide, or that insurance agency will provide the agents information as it relates to changes in the industry, changes in product, changes in state regulations, so they are kept up to speed. Continuing education requirements, Mr. Chairman, or continuing education credits, do not even cover these frequently. They are sometimes courses that have been taught and taught and taught and taught. And so continuing education credits, no disrespect to them, but they are not of very much, if any, value to agents as far as learning anything new in the industry, because you just have to be in class for a certain number of hours, stay awake, not play on your phone, not read the paper, and you're handed a certificate. No testing, no questions asked, no participation. And having done this for a couple years, I've taken a couple courses. And so to answer the question again, any changes in the industry, any insurance agent who receives publications will be reading articles, but they also are trained by their insurance company. So that is not a concern of mine, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, and thanks for the answer. That you did bring up the issue of the companies that you might have contracts with, and do those companies ever have requirements, or as part of your contract, that there should be continuing education as well?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. None of the companies that I'm under contract with do, but of course, as a requirement to be licensed with that company, or appointed is a better word, I do have to maintain my insurance license. And as a requirement to maintain my insurance license, I have to meet the continuing education requirements of my home state.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Well, having been married to an insurance agent for who was in the business for a long time, when we talk about, as it was 12 CE continuous education hours and now going to 18, we're just talking about hours. We're not talking about days or weeks. And it seems to me that this annual requirement is, as with any profession, it helps to promote the professionalism of that industry, and it also keeps that agent current. And I do think that there were, in the case of my husband, there were many continuing education classes that he went to that were worthwhile, and occasionally somebody might not be the best instructor, but maybe that then goes back to the senator from Montgomery working with the industry to make those continuing education hours better. But I think that it does say a lot about the professionalism of an industry that we want to have licensed in the state of Kansas. So I think that whatever your age, whether you're 20 or whether you're 55, you still need to have continuing education.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, do you care to respond?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will just address some things when I close.
Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure that the body's clear on this. I hope I didn't speak, I think would be the proper grammar on that. Senator from Wyandotte indicated on a yearly basis. This is a biennium, and so this requirement of 18 hours is over a 2-year period.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chairman is correct. I was going to address that in my close, but he's stepped up and taken care of that. It is correct. It is biennium, not every year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honestly, colleagues, if I felt like continuing education was of benefit to our constituents or to consumers, or even for that matter to insurance agents, I wouldn't be offering this amendment. But because of the fact that there are 8 other states around the country that have some of them less stringent requirements to be exempt, and some of them more stringent requirements, I believe this is sort of a in the middle ground, if you will. And again, it would just simply say that if you've been a licensed agent for 25 years, in this industry, that is a long time. Now, we can point out several agents potential that have been in the industry that long. But in the industry, 3 to 5 years is a veteran, and a lot of them don't even make it that long. So once you've been around 25 years, you're a professional. You know your industry. You're going to make sure that you take care of your policyholders. You're going to make sure that you stay up to speed with all the laws and the license in the states that you're licensed in. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? The noes appear to have it. Division has been called for.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that there's a lot of people that are interested in this that may not be in appearance, so could I ask for a roll call, please?
Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Bellinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, could we get a preliminary count, please?
15 aye, 20 nay. Does any senator wish to change their vote? Any senator wish to explain their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 16 having voted in favor and 20 against, the motion has failed. We're back on the bill. Further questions for the senator from Lyon? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Prior to about 8 years ago, pre-need life insurance agents, and these are agents who took the life insurance exam, the same as any other life insurance agent, but they wanted to be classified as selling pre-need only. And we had a question caucus, so I will just mention briefly. Pre-need licensed agents are life insurance agents who write small face amount policies, generally $10,000 or under, that are tied to a goods and services form with a funeral home. That's what they write. And a person will take that, and they will take it for a variety of reasons. That way they can go ahead and start paying on their funeral, and they can also protect some assets in case they do end up on Medicaid. Prior to about 8 years ago, these pre-need agents had to take 12 continuing education hours. Currently, they take 0. Also, they had to report to the Department of Insurance that they only wrote, even though they're licensed to write large life insurance, they had to report that they only wrote small face amount pre-need policies. So I have an amendment, Mr. Chairman. The amendment number is 1781.
Would you care to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will explain it, Mr. Chairman, because if it's read, it's still not going to be understood. It's so brief. But simply put, what this says is it strikes some language in current statute. So pre-need agents would need to contact the insurance companies they are licensed with, which they're in constant contact with them anyway, at the time that it's time to renew their license, and they would provide to the insurance department a form stating a certification, a letter, whatever you want to call it, stating that they only wrote pre-need insurance. They didn't write some other type of life insurance policies. Many of these pre-need agents do replace a lot of large life insurance policies with small face amount policies, and I personally think they should take continuing education hours, but this amendment does not do that, and I'm not going to offer an amendment to do that. But I do think, in fairness, to make certain that the insurance department knows that these insurance agents, life insurance agents who are writing pre-need, are only writing pre-need small face amount policies. So this would just require that when they renew their license, they have certification from their company that that is all they wrote. I'll be happy to stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and once again, I appreciate my vice chair bringing this to the body. Oftentimes, particularly in the smaller funeral homes, you have people who are not only selling pre-need life insurance, and they are licensed, but they're also driving the hearse, they're setting up chairs for the service, they may be meeting with the family. I certainly see the need for them to be able to sell and offer pre-need insurance, but I do have concerns about them expanding from that. And so I think the good senator from Montgomery has come up with a workable solution to this, and I'm in full support of his amendment.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, do you care to respond?
No, Mr. Chairman, I do not. I will respond later. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I rise in support of this amendment for the same reasons that were mentioned by both senators. Thank you.
Any further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faustigato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the senator with the amendment in the nice green jacket from Montgomery would respond to the question.
He will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and your amendment would benefit those who would meet with the funeral home to get life insurance, maybe for a cheaper price than the insurance, or contacting a major insurance company to get life insurance. So who does this benefit most? The funeral home, the insurance company, or the family needing that service during that difficult time?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To begin with, pre-need life insurance policies are not cheaper. As a matter of fact, they're more expensive. I've been recruited to write them many, many times over my tenure, and I will not write them because I think they are not a good deal. The premium rate is extremely high. They're generally set up on a 5 or 10-year pay. If a person will calculate how much they pay in that 5 or 10 years, they will pay more than the face amount. Now, to answer the question specifically, this amendment is designed, oh, and by the way, this is not just a product that you buy in a funeral home. There are agents who go out into the community who write these products in the homes. And that is where probably a large majority of them written. Now, a lot of funeral directors and embalmers and others in funeral homes, they do write these policies. But as far as who would this amendment benefit, I believe it would benefit the Kansas Insurance Department because they would know that these agents are not doing something that is illegal out there. It would also level the playing field with other life insurance agents who are out there writing the larger policies that sometimes are being replaced by these pre-need contracts.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as you know, lately I've been dealing with a lot of funeral homes and attending services, and as a matter of fact, had an opportunity to speak with our wonderful insurance commissioner today, and so I rise in support of the amendment offered by the senator from Montgomery as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could say a lot, I'm not going to. I believe enough's been said regarding this particular issue. It sounds like there's fairly widespread support. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Further questions for the senator from Lyon? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I realize we're only on the second bill of 5, so I'll make this very quick, and none of us want to be here till 9 o'clock like we were last night. I'm on the committee. I am a health insurance license agent in one line, so that would change that my CEs from 12 hours to 18. That's not a problem. I normally have 18 anyway. That's not my concern with the bill. This is a very comprehensive bill, and it's important to go through each part of it. And as I went through and as I shared in committee, my concern as an educator is if CE really matters, if continuing education matters, and it should, or why should we require them, then it should be in the field in which you are licensed. And so currently, as the chair did a really good job of explaining, you have 12 hours that you take of health and life. You have 12 hours that you take of property and casualty. One of those hours in each of those licenses is for ethics. My concern is when we move to a non-bifurcated system, which I understand we need that to be able to use NIPR. And let me be clear, I use NIPR all the time. I'm licensed in multiple states. It's just I can't use that to renew my license in Kansas. So out of 166,000 agents in Kansas, we have 135,000 that are out of state. They go directly to our state to get their license renewed, so that this would allow Kansas to also use NIPR. I'm fine with that. However, by saying if you're licensed in health and life, it's now 18 hours. If you're licensed in property casualty, it's now 18 hours. If you choose to get a license in both, you only take 18 hours in whichever of those fields you choose. My concern about that is if we are going to say that you have a license in one of those fields, you should have at least some continuing education in that field. That's not required in this bill. So I didn't present it as an amendment during the, as we discussed or worked this bill, because I wanted to make sure that I crossed all my bases and that we could still bifurcate, we could still, or keep it non-bifurcate, still use NIPR, would not have an issue with the state-based system that checks our CE credits and traces and tracks them for the state of Kansas. So having done all of that due diligence, talking with not only 5 insurance commissioners current and that have already done this in their state, talking to their license department. I've been completely upfront with our department about what I've been working on and trying to find a way to make sure that if somebody has someone sitting before them who purports to have a license in property and casualty, they've actually taken CE, continuing education in property casualty, or continuing education in health and life. So having said that, I do have an amendment that I have had it all. In fact, Karen at the NIPR told me she would consider it a friendly amendment. So if you would pass out my amendment, please, and it is 1740.
Would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'd be happy to explain. It's very easy. All it says is, of your 18 hours, if you have both health and life and property and casualty, of your 18 hours, 6 of them must be in one of those fields. So you have to have at least 6 in one of those areas, instead of doing all and none of one. And I will share with you that when I talked with Missouri and spoke with Brenda in their licensing department, she said, you have reason to be concerned. We have been doing this for a few years, and we do have agents that turn in for their, they only have 16 hours, by the way. We have agents that turn in their 16 hours, and none of them are in one of those fields, yet they continue to maintain their license in that field. So just as an educator, all we're saying is 3 hours a year of your total CE credits must be in each of these areas that you say that you're licensed in and that we give you a license. Very simple. And I'll stand for questions.
Other questions for the carrier of the amendments? Senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the good senator bringing this amendment. It is a very important topic of discussion. Once again, it is a policy matter for this body to decide. The insurance department is neutral on this. They would much prefer their bill stay intact, but if this body decides this is the direction they want to go. A couple of things that I would point out. Number one is one of the main reasons for this, and one of the main reasons that we have a $5 million return in licensing fees to agencies and agents is because this bill allows the insurance department to streamline and create efficiencies. So to make sure that CEs are in a field of expertise or field of licensing, someone at an agency is going to have to certify that those hours were taken. They're going to have to certify to the department. The department's going to have to then certify that that was correct and keep track of all that. I think in negotiation of the bill, the industry that was negotiating with the insurance department over the last couple of years really wanted the flexibility. So if I understand the amendment right, over a 2-year period, 18 hours would be required, but there would be a requirement of over the 2 years, 12 hours would be required to be in your field of expertise, and then also 2 hours of ethics. So that is 14. So that only leaves 4 hours for an agent to decide if there's another area that they would like to learn more about. So I think it creates a little bit extra work, both on the agencies, and the insurance department. It doesn't necessarily create all the efficiencies we were looking for. And I think it does probably cut down on the availability of CEs if someone wants to explore new areas.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, and I appreciate the comments from the senator from Lyon. One, I did speak to SBS, which is a state-based system under NIPR that does track all of the CEs, and they assured me that because Kansas is does have that bifurcated system, that by changing from that, we could use their full system, and that we're not actually using them to be able to track all of that and hand that report to the state of Kansas. We're having to do some of that ourselves. They report the data, and then we have to do that ourselves. So I actually think it'll be more proficient. And then the other thing is that was mentioned, if we look at how it is currently, where if you have 12 hours of CE in health and life and you have 12 hours of CE in property and casualty, we're only saying Now you only have to take 6 of those. Maybe you primarily write health and life, but you have property casualty or vice versa. The area in which you're primarily writing, you're still only taking 12, and the area in which you is maybe an ancillary to you, but you still have a license in it, you're only asked to take 6 instead of 12. So I do appreciate that.
Further questions, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the discussion and the presentation that the good senator from Johnson gave, and also the response by the senator from Lyon. I'm somewhat confused, though it appears like we're going back to a bifurcated system. And are we certain that NPR, the agent's registry system, can accommodate this? Because heretofore, the bifurcated system is exactly what kept us from working with them. I'm a little confused.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is one reason why I did all of this due diligence. I wanted to make sure that's true. What kept us as a bifurcated system was a license in health and life and a license in property and casualty. Now we will have one license on which you add lines of authority. That's what makes it the non-bifurcated system that allows us to use an IPR. As far as a number of CEs or which CEs are attributed to which license, states still do that, and they still use an IPR. I'll give you an example. John Doak is formerly an insurance commissioner, and now it's Glenn Mulsap or Glenn Mulready, and they both told me that they require earthquake, for example, if you have property and casualty licensed. Whether you have both lines of authority or one, you still have earthquake. That's easily tracked. And in talking to SBC or SBS, they assured me they would not change that, and that they could track that, would not change whether we would still give up bifurcated, we could still use NIPR, and they would have no problem in tracking that 6 hours or 3 hours a year.
Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good senator from Johnson, I've learned to know her, and she does her due diligence, but I wanted to make certain that we weren't going back through the back door, back to a bifurcated system that we couldn't accommodate. So thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief here. The good senator approached me with this idea, and initially I thought this might be a good idea. I am not sure. A lot of us aren't insurance specialists. I did speak with a number of agencies, different entities in the North American Insurance Alliance, and they'd been working on this compromise bill for over 2 years, as well as the insurance, and I have concerns about the technical implementation of this. When I found out that only 2 or 3 or 4 states might be doing this in terms of tracking this inside of that system, it gave me pause to understand how we could do this, and I really don't want to jeopardize this bill in terms of the compromise, because this is a great bill in terms of efficiencies to our insurance companies and the citizens of Kansas. So I feel like we need to approach this and look this deeper, and I hope that we can bring this forward, but I don't really support this amendment at this time. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, do you care to respond?
Well, I appreciate that. I have taken the last 2 weeks, multiple hours per day, doing my due diligence on this to be absolutely certain. I have an email from NIPR assuring me that, where they state that they would have no problem with this, and I don't know what more I could do on that. And I do think if CEs matter, continuing education matters, and if you hold a license in a field, you should have to do some education in that field.
Further questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you. And I appreciate your time today. And again, I hope that we will consider this as important. The most important thing was making sure we no longer had a bifurcated system, but we don't want that to hurt the fact that CEs should matter in the field that you take. So I feel that this is a compromise so that we can do both. Make sure that we have the system and make sure that CEs are done in the field in which you have a license, and I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The noes appear to have it. The note.
Can I call the vote or call the roll or whatever you said?
Division's been requested. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Sixteen having voted in favor, 21 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Are there any further questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start off with thanking the body for the opportunity to discuss this important bill. I know insurance is not everyone's bailiwick. I do appreciate the senator from Montgomery and the senator from Johnson bringing their amendments. Those are topics that absolutely needed to be considered, absolutely needed to be discussed. The underlying bill is extremely important due to the fact that, number one, it does make the insurance department easier to deal with. I think agents' lives will be much simpler. I think that will translate to consumers being able to purchase a better product. And most importantly in the bill, this bill returns $5 million back to the agencies and the agents of Kansas in reduction of licensing fees. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises to report, it report Senate Bill 37 favorable for passage.
As amended?
Of course, as amended. I'm sorry.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2227. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, we heard a lot about the legislature's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This bill, House Bill number 2227, is the judicial branch's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And it is brought to us by the Kansas Judicial Branch, and it concerns the operation of deadlines in court and statute, and the operation of the courtroom by using audiovisual technology. So last year in 2020, in March and June, the legislature put into place an act that allowed the Chief Justice of the Kansas Supreme Court to issue an order to extend or suspend any deadlines or time limitations established by statute. And the reason for that was, at the time in March, when the legislature was adjourning, was things were shutting down. So if you couldn't access the court and your statute of limitations was going to expire, that then would prevent people access to justice, if you will. They wouldn't be able to file their petitions. They wouldn't be able to file their claims. So the court felt that they had to do something to account for that, and the legislature enacted the ability for the Chief Justice, if the Chief Justice determines that such action is necessary to secure the health and safety of court users, that means the public coming in to use the courtrooms to appear for jury duty, or staff of the court. The staff would have to be in confined buildings that were not open spaces, and judicial officers as well. The bailiffs, sergeant at arms, the judges, the court reporters, all those had security of health and safety at issue. So the legislature enacted and put into law that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court could extend or suspend those deadlines. That authority is about to expire March 31st, 2021. So we need to take some action on this, and the bill is in front of us. The bill comes to us with a vote from the House. I think it was about 112 to 3 or 4. If I have the numbers right, I probably don't, but it was overwhelmingly supported in the House. The bill extends the ability for the Supreme Court Justice to extend statute deadlines to June 30th of 2022. So this body will have the opportunity to review whether a year from now, whether we still need the ability for the Supreme Court Chief Justice to have the ability to extend deadlines and statutes. The House took upon itself to amend the bill when it came to the House Judiciary Committee, and determined that, well, if you've got a deadline that's been extended or suspended because the Chief Justice has suspended all deadlines, what happens when that suspension is ended? Do you still get the 30 days to file your answer to the lawsuit you were served with, or are those 30 days gone? So in the bill in front of us, we have that the time limitation, you don't lose those 30 days. You still get those. They start running when the suspension or the extension is lifted by the court. So we also put into law in 2020 that the Chief Justice of the court may issue an order to authorize the use of two-way electronic audiovisual communications in any court proceeding. And that provision is not set to sunset in June 30th, 2022, because we heard from the Kansas Judicial Branch and we heard from the Kansas Bar Association that it has been a great boon of access to courts to allow the two-way audiovisual communications. There's more time spent actually hearing the case rather than, for instance, traveling to the court and back, or it provides for some efficiency. We made sure that your constitutional right to confront the witnesses against you would not be infringed upon by this, so that you still have the right to face-to-face confrontation of your witnesses against you. So it was a necessary bill of a policy extension, and again, the legislature will have an opportunity to look at this next session. So with that, Mr. Chair, I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to see that it looks like we didn't have opposition in committee, and this is policy that's going to help citizens access justice. And for that, I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2227 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to House Bill 2078. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and move the adoption of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is another bill that concerns the operation of courts and statutes that is, again, a response to the COVID-19 pandemic. As we know, as we debated yesterday, a bill about the legislature's response and the executive branch's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. It has changed our lives in many ways. We all know that it's had an impact the pandemic has on families, schools, churches, businesses, and certainly this legislative body. The pandemic has also profoundly affected the court system and our criminal justice system. When the emergency order was entered last March and issued and the legislature adjourned, we gave the Chief Justice the ability to extend or suspend legal deadlines in our state. That was the right thing to do at the time. We didn't know what we were facing, and again, courts were closing, and the people of Kansas were not able to access the courts. For criminal cases, jury trials were postponed. Other actions in criminal cases, though, such as arraignments, preliminary hearings, motion hearings, and plea bargains continued. The ability of the Chief Justice to extend some of those deadlines, like I said, expires March 31st, 2021. So if the bill before us addresses the statutory right to speedy trial. It's a statutory right that has arbitrarily set in statute many decades ago by Kansas legislature that the court has to bring a jury trial, has to start a jury trial 150 days after arraignment if you are not released on bond, and 180 days after arraignment if you are released on bond. Well, with the courts not being able to conduct criminal trials due to the COVID-19 pandemic, they can't amass the jurors to conduct voir dire, and they haven't been able to conduct jury trials because there's not enough courtrooms equipped with the capacity to keep jurors safe and sergeant-at-arms safe and court reporters and the judges and all the court staff and personnel. So there's happens to be now a backlog of cases. We heard in committee, we spent many days hearing this issue. We heard that there are over approximately 5,000 cases statewide that are pending trial. That's due to the closure and the inability of courts to conduct criminal jury trials, which again, you need to preserve the right to confront the witnesses against you that's provided in our Constitution. This speedy trial bill does not impact negatively the constitutional right to speedy trial. Every defendant, every citizen has the right to a constitutional speedy trial. That is not impacted by House Bill 2078. What it does impact is, again, that statutory right to speedy trial that some states, such as Kansas, have in law. Most states do not have a statutory speedy trial statute. So if the legislature does nothing, if the legislature doesn't pass House Bill 2078, we will suffer from that inaction as a state because the courts then, law enforcement will have no option but to release folks who have been charged with some of the most serious of crimes, murder, rape, domestic violence, and they will have to be released. So this situation that we're in is very dire, and it's one of the most important policy decisions for this body to make. Again, I want the body to know that Senate Judiciary wanted to hear from the judicial branch themselves. We heard from the county, the Association of District Attorneys and County Attorneys. We also heard from the Sheriff's Association. We heard from the Defense Bar. And what we were hearing was their request that we extend the suspension of the statutory speedy trial right to May 1st, 2024. And the Senate Judiciary Committee wanted some more input before deciding if that was the right date. So it was our charge to the prosecutors and to the defense bar, please go work this out, come back to us with your solution. So they did, and that solution was adopted in House Bill 2078. In Senate Judiciary Committee, we wanted to hear further. We wanted to hear from the judicial branch. We wanted to hear from the executive branch, and we did. We had representatives of the judicial branch and the executive branch come testify in committee where we could ask them, why are we in this situation? What are you going to do to work this out? And what we were hearing was that it's not as easy as opening up a high school gym or a movie theater to conduct a criminal jury trial as it is to, for instance, open up schools, because we were told there are security concerns if you're having a jury trial that aren't there when you're opening school or a movie theater for movie patrons. So we were also told that to have back-to-back criminal jury trials would take a human toll on the the prosecutors and the criminal defense bar. And what we would then be setting up would be possibly an appeal that for ineffective assistance of counsel from a defendant. Well, my defense counsel was so busy trying so many cases back to back to back that he or she didn't have the opportunity to properly prepare for my case, and I was wrongly convicted because my attorney was ineffective in the assistance of counsel because they didn't have the time to prepare. So what the solution was brought to us by, again, the district attorneys and the county's attorneys, as well as the defense bar, is in House Bill 2078 with a few changes that the Senate Judiciary put in there. We were concerned that the proposed date of May 1st, 2024 was too far out for defendants to be not having their trials brought to court. So we put an amendment there. We tried an amendment for May 1st of 2022. That amendment didn't pass. And so the amendment to move the date to May 1st, 2023 did. That would allow us to have some further look while we are in this legislative body to see how's it going. Are they getting these trials to court? We also amended it to include that the Office of Judicial Administration prepare and submit a report to the Senate Judiciary Committee at the beginning of session in 2022 and the beginning of session in 2023. So we're going to be able to keep track. Are these cases progressing forward? Are they being entered into plea bargains? Are they being dismissed? What's the outcome of these? Are they moving forward so that we can be assured that they're moving efficiently as possible? We thought that was important to provide some accountability and to make sure that things were moving as best as possible. So I am pleased to report that after many days of hearing, I think it was about 6 days of hearing that we had and vigorous debate and looking at the balance here, right? The government interest in bringing those to justice and your rights to a speedy trial. And again, looking at the statutory speedy trial, not constitutional. So your constitutional speedy trial right is not impacted by this bill. What we do have is the compromise between the prosecutors and the defense bar, and that is in the bill. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to just give a kudo here to the chair, Senator from Johnson, the chair of the committee, who's just explained this, what was a very lengthy measure, a lengthy bill that we had in judiciary, and she has outlined very well what the bill does. This is a testy issue, and the reconciliation of it, which may not be perfect right now in the bill, came through some great concerns, not only by the House, but also in the Senate Judiciary Committee. As she has outlined, some of the issues that are outlined is how do we reconcile people that are sitting in jail who have the constitutional right to have their trial come up? How do we reconcile that with the backdrop of the pandemic? And those questions are thorny, as the chair has shared, and who led us through some of the questions. We called upon the judiciary, which is something the House had not done, Mr. Chair, to give their input. I found that to be most insightful. The senator from Johnson, Chair Warren, that we wanted to hear from them, and in so doing, we did reach this compromise. Now, everybody wasn't happy with this, Mr. Chair. The original bill was 2024, and there are some, including myself, full disclosure, that thought that 2022, or next year, when hopefully the pandemic is under control and we're able to evaluate and to see those jury trials be reduced in number, that we wouldn't have to potentially trod on people's rights who are having to sit in jail because they can't post bond prior to their trial. I would have preferred 2022, but in her skill and her ability to negotiate with the House and the conference committee, and with an amendment brought by a senator on the committee who is with us, we compromised at 2023, and we're optimistic that this bill now, as amended, that in the year 2023, with that census that we get from each of the judicial branches that shows, hopefully, a steadfast reduction in the number of people who are awaiting jury trials shrinking, that we won't have to do the outlying year of 2024. And who knows, maybe we'll come back next year after the report is brought in that census in January of 2022 of next year. It says we really don't even have to go so far to what the bill has now as amended as 2023. So I just wanted to rise and support the genuinely good efforts that were brought by Senator from Johnson in chairing the committee, and the additional information that was brought that lets us produce, I feel, a superior bill, far superior bill to what was originally sent over by the House, and encourage support for the bill, and to thank her again for her good work in making it happen.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, you care to respond?
No.
Further questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fausto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the senator from Johnson would stand for a couple of questions.
She will.
Thank you so much. So my district attorney, Mark Bennett in Wichita, shared some information with me after a phone call to him. A few individuals called and they were concerned about their family members and their speedy trials. So when I called and visited with the DA, he talked about how in between each case, they would have to come in and clean a courtroom and allowing in and out other individuals testifying on cases, and how long it took to do that with COVID. So I appreciate this legislation to help with that. However, I was wondering if in some of the testimony, did anything come up of what we could do right now? Are we having those trials over WebEx, Zoom? Is that possible? Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the right to confront witnesses against you, the courts rightly feel that to enforce that constitutional right, to protect that constitutional right in the criminal context, that to do that needs to be face-to-face. I think we've all observed over WebEx that, you know, sometimes it gets all digitized and you can't even see the person talking clearly and it gets muffled. And when you're talking about criminal trials, that the face-to-face is what is needed. And so that's why the criminal jury trials have been the most difficult aspect for the court to continue with, because of that requirement that to judge the witness, it's best to be face-to-face. For the jury to judge the witness, it would be best to be in person. And so WebEx, for those kinds of contexts, wouldn't be appropriate.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fausto.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So, and I appreciate the chairman of the committee sharing that. I wanted those who are listening in to hear that and understand that being the reason of their family members not getting that speedy trial. Also, Mr. Chairman, my other question for the senator from Johnson is, initially ACLU was opposed to the legislation with the amendments. Are they now satisfied with the legislation?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the question. I don't recall continued opposition. I just don't recall. I will say, though, that, again, for those listening online, that the district attorneys and county attorneys did testify to us that they have been, as best they can, entering into plea bargain agreements with defendants. They have been entering into release on bond as best they can, to only then have those who are still in custody be those who are, for instance, the murderers, the rapists, those kind of charges that are pending. And though you're awaiting your trial in custody, you are still having some hearings to make sure, are you appropriate for release, things like that. So you are in front of the court, just not yet for your trial.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
And Mr. Chairman, if you'd thank the gentlelady from Johnson for that extra information to help all of those who are affected by COVID in this situation and those listening in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, as we have all heard, this is a serious public safety issue. It's impossible to have all these 5,000 cases that are pending tried in 150 days, as that arbitrary number of 150 days is currently in statute. So again, I'm pleased that we have reached a solution. No, it's not ideal. It's not ideal for anyone, but that's what this legislature is charged with doing, is finding solutions. And again, you kind of know a solution is kind of the best solution you can have, because neither side is completely satisfied, but it is resolution to move things forward. And it's critical that this body move this issue forward to keep our communities safe. It's the needed public policy, and it's a solution. It's not ideal, but it's something that we still need. It affects both urban and rural counties. In the rural counties, you have a traveling judge who covers more than one rural county, and to get all those cases tried in the 150 days when the courtrooms aren't fully open is a logistical nightmare and not possible. So with that, again, the Senate has done some good work and moved the date closer to the current date, setting it May 1st, 2023 rather than 2024. It will give us review in a year or so to determine how are these cases moving forward. And if we don't, then come March 31st, 2021, the doors are open, and I guess we will see what happens. But that's not a situation I want Kansans to be in, when we have a solution brought to us by both sides. And for that reason, then, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2078 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 208. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to explain the bill and move the adoption of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments, and so I move we adopt the committee report.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. SB 208, the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, simply ensures that only biological females participate in girls' sports. This is needed to provide an equal playing field and protect opportunities for biological female athletes. But don't mistake the simplicity with the importance of this bill. Women's opportunity in competitive sports were limited until legislation known as Title IX was passed in 1972. It requires the recognition of a woman's right to participate in sports on a plane equal with that of men. Title IX has been an overwhelming success. College women's athletic participation has increased from 30,000 to 140,000. That's an increase of over 360%. High school girls' athletic participation has increased from over 295,000 to 2.8 million. That's an increase of over 840%. Today, the NCAA sponsors 40 women's championships. But it was not until the Equal Rights Amendment and Title IX that women truly found a place as participants in the world of sports and in the public arena. Without protecting these hard-fought rights in Kansas, we will relegate women to the role of spectator and deny them the fair opportunities that they deserve. If you follow the science, there are inherent physiological, chromosomal, and hormonal differences between men and women. These include the fact that men have 30 to 40% more muscle mass than women. They have longer and thicker bones. They have greater lung volume per body mass, a larger heart, and higher natural levels of testosterone. These physiological differences provide a decisive athletic advantage. Men can jump around 25% higher, punch 30% harder, accelerate around 20% faster, and throw 25% farther. This remains true even for biological males who have undergone hormone treatment. Often, these advantages remain unchanged or decrease slightly. We also have data. On your desk are 4 tables comparing results of biological males versus biological females in track. I'll draw your attention to Table 4, which summarizes the 3 previous tables. This is from 2017. You'll see the event. You'll see the best woman's result, the best boys result, which are boys under 18. You'll see the best men's result, the number of boys outperforming the best women's result, the number of men outperforming the women's result, and shockingly, the instances of men outperforming the best woman's result. So if we look at the 100 meters, you'll see that there were 124 boys under the age of 18 that beat the best woman's performance. There were 2,474 men that beat the woman's best performance. And the number of instances of men beating that were over 10,000 times. There are many examples in other sports as well. But what about real-life examples? In Connecticut, it took a little over 18 months for 2 biological males who previously competed on a boys' team to wipe out 15 state titles that were previously held by 9 girls in track. In 1998, at the Australian Open, sisters Serena and Venus Williams lost matches to the same player on the same day. That player was Karsten Brash, and he was ranked 203rd in the men's bracket. 2 women's national soccer teams, the US and Australia, while preparing for competition, both of the best women's in the world, lost to 15 and under boys teams. And what about here in Kansas? At the 2019 Kansas High School State Track Meet in the 3,200 meter, 50 boys in that individual track meet clocked a time faster than the all-time record for girls. This year alone, each of the top 50 boys swimmers beat the longest standing record ever in the history of girls swimming in the state of Kansas that was set 23 years ago. There are many other examples, but the science, data, and real-life examples are clear and indisputable. In order to ensure a fair playing field for biological females, we must pass SB 208. And at this time, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I yield to the senator from Butler.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When these types of subjects arise, I think it's important that we frame a bit the debate because some of the I've seen in the media a lot of false assertions, some of them even asserting nefarious intent. I've seen emotional pleas that are disconnected wholly from some even just basic fact about the bill, let alone divergent from long-established science. But I know there's a motion that exists in modern identity politics and in the political battlefield, if you will, that easily take us far, far afield when we debate a subject like this. And without those things, quite frankly, this would be a very simple, non-controversial bill. Because what we have, what it is not about, it is not about it is not about sexuality, it's not about orientation, it's not about identity, it's not about discrimination. But I think we'll probably hear some of that tonight. What it is about, very simply, fair competition in women's sports. So keep in mind, too, we don't just subdivide for fairness by sex. We subdivide ages, we subdivide weight. These are physiological differences. This is basic science, more specific biology, more specific physiology. There is a difference between a 120-pound wrestler and a 220-pound wrestler. There is a difference between an 18-year-old and a 12-year-old. We have all kinds of guidelines around that. You don't let the 18-year-old wrestle the 12-year-old because he has an advantage. He has a physiological, long-established, well-grounded in science advantage. And you're protecting the underdog. You don't let the 220-pound wrestler wrestle the 106-pound wrestler because a defined, scientifically observed advantage. We protect the underdog. This is why we do that. It even goes further, and this is actually why we even update regulations. There used to be no prohibition to performance-enhancing drugs. There are now, NCAA, strictly prohibited. Why? It gives the user of the drug a physiological advantage in the competition. And quite frankly, it's harmful to the individual. There's a health issue, a health safety issue with drugs that transform our bodies. But when it comes to competition, this is simply and solely about competition. I even looked up, by the way, I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of my wrestling coach, the wrestling referee over there, make sure I got my weight classes right. And so when I was reading the KCAA, some of the regulations around the wrestling class, if you're going to compete in a tournament, you have to provide a urine sample. Do you know why? So you're identified and hydrated at a level, you know the competition is fair. I know it's sensitive because of it once we want to draw off of this emotional issue. But I coach football for a group. I have several coach friends. One of those coaches is a lesbian female coach of volleyball. So I asked her, what do you think about the competition here? I didn't even get the sentence out of my mouth. And she says, it's so wrong. It's so unfair. That's what we're here for, fair competition. Think about who the underdog is. In the emotion of this debate, they're trying to perceive that the underdog is the biological male. The underdog is the young woman who worked and trained all her life to achieve something that can be wiped out in an instant from unfair competition that otherwise we would not tolerate. This isn't even about trans, if you will, because a trans male can compete in male sports. Women can compete in male sports. You know why? They're not the underdog. They're playing up. If I had a 220-pound 14-year-old that can wrestle a 220-pound 18-year-old, you let that happen because they're playing up. It's the underdog we are protecting. So all I'm asking in this debate, let's not go far afield. Let's stick to what the bill is about, and it's about fair competition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to Senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, are you prepared to stand for questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some questions for the Senator from Sedgwick. She gave us a lot of facts in her introduction about competition and fairness, and I appreciate that. But then I'm wondering why in this bill, under Section 2 in legislative findings, we refer to a 2008 article in the New York Times and a 2012 article in Psychology Today.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Is that a question about those resources, the time of those resources? What is the exact question, please?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really saying we're going to have a bill that's based on legislative findings, and the findings seem to be articles from a magazine and a newspaper that are somewhat out of date. So I was just wondering how those resources were picked.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those resources are just a few of many of the plethora of resources on this topic. There are some additional resources on everyone's desk that may be more appealing to the Senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The article in Psychology Today refers not to children or teenagers, but men and women. It does address muscle mass and cardiovascular reserve, but surprisingly, it ends with a statement. So at least in biological terms, it would seem that there is no clear winner between men and women. And a question, what do you think? When some of these findings were made, and I'm looking now on page 2, starting on line 27, it says that the evidence is unequivocal that starting in puberty, in every sport except sailing, shooting, and riding, there will always be significant numbers of boys and men who would beat the best girls and women in head-to-head competition. So if we have that time identified of puberty, why are we including all elementary school students in this bill?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We know from science and research that young children hit puberty at different ages. There are some elementary students who start going through puberty. There's not a specific age that we can draw a clear line at, and it's simply just to make sure that all public schools are included in that for consistency reasons as well.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I wish we could try to make a better determination and see as much as possible if we could have even competition. So why are we excluding those particular sports of sailing, or why are we not excluding those particular sports of sailing, shooting, and riding if the evidence that we're quoting says that there's not a difference in those sports.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are parts of articles, parts of research that we use in defending a position. I would say that I'm not aware of riding or shooting or sailing teams here in Kansas. If there are, and there's not a distinct advantage due to your biological sex, I don't know that there would be a problem with that.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And because of that, I wish that we had a bill that was a bit more nuanced. So in Section 3, the bill calls for students and teams to compete on a team expressly designated as one of the following: males, men or boys, females, women or girls, and co-ed or mixed. I knew someone in their early 20s and who was born and was still without sexual organs. Like some 2% of our population, that individual was born with ambiguous genitalia. So which of these teams could that individual play on?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When there is a baby born that has these conditions, typically, I would say I don't know of any instances where the decisions made by the physician and the parents doesn't happen early in that child's life. I don't know that they wait till they get to high school and are trying to choose an athletic team to decide which team they want to play for, boys or girls. And that is such an extremely rare occurrence. The statistics I have seen are more like 0.018% of live births have this condition. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're not talking about the exception. We're talking about the 100,000 student athletes in Kansas. And I don't think anyone would say, we're going to exclude someone in that rare instance from the decision that their physician and their family made early in that person's life.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The decision that that person, their parents, and their physician made was for that individual to be asexual. So there was not a decision to try to make them a boy or a girl. There was a decision to leave them the way they were. And at the time, in their 20s, that was the way they lived. So because we could, with this bill, be depriving them of an athletic opportunity, would they have a private cause of action for injunctive relief?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are not denying anyone an opportunity to participate.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I read the 3 teams that are expressly designated and no others, and there is not one of those 3 teams that I believe that individual could play on. So I believe it's unreasonable for us not to work to include all students and make sure that every individual is considered and respected. Navigating our community was very difficult for this individual. I continue to learn of situations where they were not included. I don't want to support one more bill to add to that. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, do you care to respond?
I'll reserve until closing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the carrier of the bill would stand for some questions.
She will.
when I read the bill, I don't see a definition for biological sex. Can you share that with me?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you. Sure, there's a lot of things that go into determining biological sex. It's male or female.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, is that chromosomes, hormone levels, genitalia? Can you share that with me?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Yes, all of the above.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, thank you. Many people who oppose transgender rights believe that gender is determined solely by that biological sex. But biological sex isn't as straightforward as they likely think. And there's no one parameter that makes a person biologically male or female. In fact, many conditions making assigning biological sex quite difficult. So the biology of sex is real, but it's extremely complicated, and there's sometimes no easy way to draw a line between the biologically male and female. There are about a dozen different conditions that blur the line between male and female. They're known as disorders of sexual development, or DSDs. Altogether, DSDs occur as frequently as twins or red hair. So, if a gender assigned at a birth is a male and the surgeries were performed to affirm the male gender, but physiological development continues toward sex characteristics that are associated with females, how would this person be able to participate in sports according to this bill?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the purposes of this bill, there is a physical form that every parent and physician has to fill out prior to participation, same form they've used for years. And in there is the information that would be used to determine that, but I will also yield to the senator from Reno.
Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. We've really climbed down into a deep rabbit hole looking for one in several million exceptions. I'm going to bring us back up for a minute. I'm going to take us into a long, hard look at science, and then I'm going to tell you the story. This bill's about two things. The first thing is fair competition, and I'm going to talk to that. On your desks, you have each received a review article from Sports Medicine. I would encourage you to look at the date. It came out on the internet on December the 8th of 2020, went into hard copy of January of 2021. This is the most current information known to man. Sports Medicine is a highly respected journal that takes hardcore science and makes it applicable. This is an incredible article. We're going to walk our way through it a little bit. What the title is Transgender Women in the Female Category of Sport. We're on target. In the abstract, first sentence, males enjoy physical performance advantage over females within competitive sport. Key points. Given that biological male experience a substantial performance advantage over females in most sports, there is currently a debate whether inclusion of transgender women in the female category of sports would compromise the objective of fair and safe competition. That's the question. That's what this article addresses from start to finish. Let's jump to the next page, to the introduction. Sporting performance is strongly influenced by a range of physiological factors, including muscle force, power-producing capacity, anthropometric characteristics, that's size and shape, cardiorespiratory capacity, and metabolic factors. Many of these physiological factors differ significantly between biological males and females as a result of genetic differences in androgen-directed development of secondary sex characteristics. This confers large sporting performance advantage on biological males over females. Again, this article is the absolute top of science in that it's literally, if you want to think about it, something on your desk, it's about 4 big, thick textbooks. That's where this information came from. Then it's every relevant study known to man was gleaned by these authors and incorporated into this article. So think of this as basically a library, and what it says isn't conjecture, it's not anecdotes, it's not some expert's best guess. This is the facts. It goes on to say, when comparing athletes who compete directly against one another, such as elite or comparable levels of school-aged athletes, the physiological advantages conferred by biological sex appear on assessment of performance data insurmountable. Further, in sports where contact, collision, or combat are important for gameplay, widely different physiological attributes may create safety and athlete welfare concerns, necessitating not only segregation of sport into male and female categories, but also, for example, into weight and age classes, as we heard previously. Thus, to ensure that both men and women can enjoy sport in terms of fairness, safety, and inclusivity, most sports are divided in the first instance into male and female categories. You guys, I'm gonna keep moving forward this, because this is the latest, greatest information, and this needs to be articulated. The International Olympic Committee, IOC, policy states that, quote, the overriding sporting objective is and remains the guarantee of fair competition. If male performance advantages are carried through to competition in the female category, the IOC concludes that, quote, restrictions on participation are appropriate to the extent that they are necessary and proportionate to the achievement of that objective. That's the key objective. To move deeper into this, the physical divergence between males and females begins during early embryogenesis. It begins in the womb. There are literally 6,500 genes are differently expressed between males and females. Philosophically, we can think we're the exact same. Genetically, we are not. 3,000 of those sex-specific genes create differences in skeletal muscle likely to influence composition and function beyond the effects of androgenization. It basically means that the difference between male and female, anatomically, physiologically, athletically, starts at embryogenesis, at conception for all intents and purposes. This study reviews data from Australia and from Greece, where they looked at 9-year-old males compared to 9-year-old females, 6-year-old males compared to 6-year-old females. The males had that 10 to 15 to 20% advantage in everything from short sprints to a mile run to jumping. That starts even before puberty. And then literally during puberty, testosterone levels increase 20-fold in males but remain low in females, resulting in circulating testosterone concentrations at least 15 times higher in males. Testosterone induces changes in muscle mass, strength, anthropometric variables, that's size, bone length, bone density, cartilage strength, and then even in hemoglobin levels. Broadly, males are bigger and stronger than females. An important point that could be brought up is, you know, we didn't let women and girls participate in sports, so you can't compare this apples for apples. Not so. This study addresses that. This starts looking at things in the 1990s. You know, Title IX started, I think, in the 70s. So this was 2 decades, and now women have full access to the training, the expertise, the nutrition that the males have, and the advantages don't change. The performance records stay stable. Take a look with me at page 202. Look at the variables. They're critical. Males have lean body mass 45% greater than the females. Muscle mass in the lower body 33% greater. In the upper body, it's 40%. Grip strength is 57% higher. Bone lengths, femur, humerus, radius, pelvic width, all the males have the advantage. They did these studies with MRIs and CT scans. They didn't play around. They didn't play games. It was science at its best. Then when you really want to talk about some good stuff, look at the cardiovascular functions. This is my arena. As an anesthesiologist, I'm an intensive care physician as well. Left ventricular mass, 31% more. That means that thing can pump a lot more blood. That's carrying a lot more oxygen to a lot more cells a lot faster. Cardiac output. The heart is a pump, and the male heart can pump 22% more blood in a minute than a female's. Stroke volume. It's each heartbeat, it's cranking out almost 50% more blood, and hemoglobin concentrations are 11% higher. These are indisputable physiological facts. Look at page 203 at the very bottom, table 2. Incredibly interesting. These are Olympic world-class weightlifters. You got 6 of them there. They're each grouped into 2s. One's a male and one's a female. They're the exact same weight. They're exact same height. Yet the male lifts 30% more weight in all those different classifications. That's incredible. And that's just the male as a genetically and time-engineered superior machine for all intents and purposes. You know, I would encourage you to look at this article on your own. Again, it is the latest, greatest compilation of data on the exact topic we're discussing. And it comes to the clear reality, in light of these analyses, that female athletes can be included in sporting competitions in a fair and safe manner. Most sports have a female category, the purpose of which is the protection of both fairness and in some sports, safety and welfare of athletes who do not benefit from the physiological changes induced by male levels of testosterone from puberty onwards. The last few pages incredibly gets into what happens when the transgenders start suppressing with testosterone suppressants. If they train, they can still gain. It doesn't guarantee. Negating the testosterone levels doesn't negate the enhanced performance capabilities. And that's very new, very up-to-date information. So, you know, again, in this case, we've got the highest level of science known to man. It came out this year. From there, I want to talk to you what, to me, is more important about this bill. What's more important is that it represents opportunity for young girls. And with that, you get to hear my story and my daughter's story. My daughter testified at the committee meeting, and I'm sure you all enjoyed that, but it warrants repeating. When she was just a little girl, you know, she grew up with an older brother, and she had to play rough games. And my son loved to play with ball, and she had to as well. We took her to a Elks Club free throw shooting contest when she was 7. Actually, we took my son. She came along for the ride. Unbeknownst to us, they had a category for her to shoot free throws in. She stepped up to the line, the youngest one there, and made 24 out of 25 free throws. That college coach recruited her until the day she signed with Yale. In 7th grade, she's in the little Final Four of her middle school basketball tournament that Bueller had never won in the history of the school. The ball gets tipped, comes to her, she heads to the rim, she gets crushed, they don't call a foul, she misses a shot. She didn't miss another shot. We won 32-30. She scored 29 points on 10 of 11 from the field, 5 for 5 from the three-point, and 4 for 4 from the free throw line. The good Lord gave my daughter the ability to shoot a basketball like basically no one. In high school, her junior year, the critical year, let's back up to freshman. You know, the interesting thing about Jessica, you put her back in her clothes or whatever, I'm blanking on that, but you put her in just regular clothes, line her up with the rest of the basketball team, and you don't know which one she is. You can't tell any difference. You know, she's 5'7" and just a very typical looking gal. It's when she gets on the court that it all changes. So in middle school, and she gets to high school, and as a freshman, I apologize. As a freshman, I said, Jessica, you're not going to be able to turn this into a career. You're not built like a pro basketball player. What could we do? I said, why don't you turn it into the best education in the world? And I said, look at the Ivy Leagues. See if you can turn this into an Ivy League education. Junior year, playing Andover. They had a girl by the name of Jalen Agnew. She was drafted by the WNBA this past year. The Harvard coach couldn't make it for a snowstorm, but was watching it online. Jessica put up 34 points in a 32-minute game, and we won 52-50. She had 19 free throws, 19 out of 21 free throws, and then made like 8 out of 10 shots otherwise. She could just shoot better than anybody else. She subsequently agreed to go to Yale to play basketball. I know you've heard enough of my story, but the key is it was opportunity. These sports, the competition was great, but it let a girl from a dirt road in rural Reno County, Kansas, go to Yale. And this spring, how many Kansans you think stood alongside her graduating from that class? It was 0. She was the only one from Kansas in her class to graduate from Yale, arguably the finest undergraduate institution in the world. She did that through high school sports. She did that through hard work. And I cannot possibly stand by and see that kind of opportunity taken away from our young girls. Because Jessica spent time on that East Coast. I spent time out there with her. They will steal that opportunity away from our girls and welcomingly give it to other folks in a heartbeat. This bill protects opportunity and it protects fair competition. And I overwhelmingly stand in support of it. Thank you.
Senator from Reno yields back to the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We continue to stand for questions. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I appreciate the senator from Reno for bringing this article. And actually, I've highlighted some, which is part of the concerns that I have with this bill. In his own article, it says, according to the IOC determined criteria by which transgender women may be eligible to compete in the female category. Further on in his article, if transgender women are restricted within or excluded from the female category of sport, the important question is whether or not this exclusion or conditional exclusion is necessary and proportionate to the goal of ensuring fair, safe, and meaningful competition. Regardless of what the future will bring in terms of revised transgender policies, it is clear that different sports differ vastly in terms of physiological determinants of success, which may create safety and considerations and may alter the importance of retained performance advantages. Thus, we argue against universal guidelines for transgender athletes in sport and instead propose that each individual sport federation evaluate their own conditions for inclusivity, fairness, and safety. So with that, I would like to go back to my questions to the senator from Sedgwick. So can you lay out the parameters of what the chromosome or hormone levels are in this bill to determine whether someone can play on a girls' team?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I referenced earlier, this bill does not deal with that. That is left to the physician.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Most think that chromosomes hold the key to biological sex, but that's not always the case. Typically, there are those with 2 X chromosomes, or they are considered biologically female, and those with an X and a Y chromosome are considered biologically male. However, a DSD, that was our sexual development disorder, known as an androgen insensitivity syndrome, leads some to have an X and Y chromosome but physically appear to be girls. Without genetic testing, babies with AIS are often assigned female sex at birth and are raised as girls, but they may not realize that they're not biologically female until they hit puberty and don't begin to menstruate. The presence or lack of a penis is often thought of as another clear indicator of biological sex, but that's not a decisive way to divide the sexes either. Some individuals are born with ambiguous genitalia and are not clearly male or female in genital appearance at birth. In fact, research indicates that about 2% of the population is born with these ambiguous traits. Those born with congenital adrenal hyperplasia, I am not a physician, for example, are chromosomally female, but they may have very masculine-sized genitalia. Despite the ambiguity, biological sex is often assigned to these individuals within a few days of birth. Tiger DeVore is an outspoken advocate for individuals with DSDs, and when genitalia is ambiguous, doctors try to determine biological sex by examining many indicators. In addition to chromosomes, doctors will examine if the baby has ovaries or testes, whether or not they have a womb. Doctors also look at the hormones being produced and try to guess how the baby's genitals will develop. To complicate the process, the results from each of those tests may not be clearly male or female, but could fall somewhere in between. A baby may have a womb and may also have testicles inside their body. Rather than take a wait-and-see approach, doctors often feel very compelled to choose one sex for the baby. In DeVore's case, in order to conform to society's norms of how biological males appear, doctors recommended that his parents undergo surgery to appear more male. His first surgery was at 3 months of age. He had 15 more surgeries since then, 10 of which were conducted before he was 10 years old. So in this bill that we are debating, would Tiger be eligible to play on a men's team or a women's team?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll repeat. These situations are extremely rare. In those rare situations, the decision as to which team these children play on is determined by the parent and the physician.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Since it is rare, do you know how many students we currently have playing in Kansas?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
The last I knew, there were, thank you, Mr. Chair, approximately 100,000 student athletes in the state of Kansas.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask my question appropriately. It was, how many athletes are transgendered in Kansas currently?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know how many transgender students there are in the state of Kansas. I do know that per KSHA guidelines, there have been 5 that have registered with KSHA.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, that is correct. There are 5, and this is not an issue. It has not been an issue, but we are making it an issue in this chamber. So I will say that while the committee amendment removed the ugly examination language from the bill, it actually made this bill much worse. There are no guardrails on how to handle disputes, and this will create the Wild West for reinforcement. So can you tell me what will happen when a cisgender girl's gender is challenged under this law?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm not clear on the Senator from Johnson's question. Is she asking what happens if someone should question a participant's sex? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Yes, that is what I am asking. Under this bill, because we did take out the horrible piece that we're saying we want to see kids' genitalia before they are allowed to play sports. But now I said, we have just opened this up. It's the Wide, Wide West. So what happens when a cisgender girl's gender is challenged under this law? A cisgender is, I think, what you would consider a biological female from birth.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What would happen in any circumstance is the way that it currently happens now. When a student athlete decides they want to participate, they have to have a form that's filled out for a physical, and there's a form for the parent. I believe there's a copy on the desk, and there's a form for the physician. That's determined before that student is allowed to practice or compete in games. If there is a question, there's a process through KSHA, which students that want to identify and play on the opposite sex team, that they must request that through their local school district, and then report that to KSHA, which is how we know about the 5 students currently in the state of Kansas. Any disputes that arise from that go to KSHA. This bill does, however, also provide for a private cause of action, and that process is left to the courts.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I would argue that when the good senator from Sedgwick had her amendment, she took physicians out of this. And I fill out that form for my own children to play high school sports. But that is up to the physician of what they do. So we do not have a definition of biological sex. So we are just opening up for more and more legal action against our schools, against KSHA, against our state. I could go on and on, but I will move on to something else. This is an email from a biology teacher in Lawrence. I'm sure everyone in the committee got it. But biology and science do not have clear ways to divide human diversity into 2 clear, always accurate categories. The International Association of Athletics Federation, the regulatory body of the Olympics, has recently struggled with some high-profile cases where biological sex and natural hormone levels could not be easily defined. As a result, the IAAF has undergone several rigorous studies and has created complex guidelines to identify what athletes are eligible to participate in women's events. Are we going to ask our small, underfunded school districts to solve scientific complexities that even the highest level athletic associations cannot? I would also, I appreciate several of my male colleagues telling me how they want to protect the underdog, how men are superior. I actually find that rather misogynistic and rude. And that's what bills like this do. They say they're going to protect women, but they're not. Excluding women who are trans hurts all women. It encourages gender policing that can subject women to invasive tests or accusations of being too masculine, too strong, too good at a sport to be a real woman. This legislation reinforces stereotypes that women are weak and in need of protection. This is not about protecting women. It's about exclusion of students from sports. What we're going to do with this bill is we're going to bully kids. And we're going to make a group of kids who are already at a disadvantage, and we're going to make it worse for them. Honestly, there's going to be blood on our hands, but I'm going to read another email, and then I will finish up. This is from a parent. My faith has taught me to love others and to be a servant leader. My parenthood has taught me to do what I can to provide opportunities for my children to have equitable opportunities and to love themselves for who they are. SB 208 is not congruent with my love of others or servant leadership. SB 208 is not congruent with my parenting style to encourage my children to love themselves for who they are. SB 208 is not congruent with my training as an LCMFT in honoring each person as an individual self who has been significantly impacted by their genetics and their relationships and who will significantly impact others. SB 208 is not congruent with my work toward equitable opportunities at optimal behavior health. SB 208 is not congruent with my life experiences in several communities in Kansas, and especially in supporting my neighbor, even if I don't understand fully why they are the way they are.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, do you care to respond?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I find it incredibly insulting to use the hyperbole that there will be blood on our hands, that somehow they're insulted by facts, by trying to provide a level playing field for fair competition for girls. And they want to take it everywhere but there. Because there is no logical, factual, scientific basis for being opposed to this bill. And every emotionally laden argument that is thrown our way, I can throw right back at them. What about the welfare of these girls who have spent their life training and working only to have their opportunities unfairly removed? What about them? So that is my response, Mr. Chair, and I'll stand for additional questions.
Additional questions for the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I have some other questions, but I want to start with sort of following up with what the Senator from Johnson said, because, I think maybe we do need to kind of put this more in human terms, because I've noticed there was a lot of pushback when we talked about some of the adverse effects that a bill like this would have on some of our more vulnerable children. And how dare we bring it up? How dare we attack their reasons for bringing this bill? And, I was looking through some materials earlier today and came across materials from Equality Kansas. And so to put this in kind of human terms, they sent me a long packet of information. And in there they said, you know, we couldn't have our advocacy day in person this year. So we're sending you a picture of some of the students who came to the Capitol last year. And there's a really nice picture of a lot of bright young faces on the steps of the Capitol when they were here for Equality Day. They said, though, we do need to note that one of the students from this photo, taken just a few years ago, is no longer alive. Please look at the faces of these bright, shining youth whose lives should be full of possibility, not pain. They said, this year, one of the transgender boys on this field trip died by overdose. His friend said he'd battled suicidal thoughts for quite some time. His experience in his hometown of Derby and the hostility he faced, you might have heard about his experience from when he was in middle school, in which a large portion of the town's adults put anti-trans yard signs in their yards one summer, wielding them as modern-day torches and pitchforks to attack the local transgender kids in their town. Talked about how his teachers and peers repeatedly misgendered him and made him feel unsafe and unwelcome, not only in school, but in the world more generally. He talked about what it felt like to be segregated, to be forced to use the nurse's bathroom, which singled him out and brought on additional bullying, harassment, and assault from other students that was typical of his entire 4-year high school experience. Talked about how the attacks from legislators in Kansas and around the nation, attacking his identity through things like bathroom bills, things like this anti-trans bill, emboldened students in his school to bully him, physically attack him and assault him, and threaten his life, making him feel unsafe and unwelcome in his school, in his state, in this world. I would submit that bills like this were failing our children. Instead of policies to attack the identities of some of our most vulnerable children, what we should be doing is protecting them. So I do think that it is a little bit rich indeed to have such self-righteousness when the actual practical implications of bills like this are brought up. But I want to start by just asking, who wrote this bill?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to say, any time that we lose a young person or anyone for the reasons that were stated is tragic. It's tragic when we lose students to suicide because they've been shut down for a year and haven't been able to go to school and see their kids, to see their friends. That's tragic. But I've yet to hear any evidence that this particular bill that simply says there are participation requirements, just like we have participation requirements for age, participant requirements for academics, for behavior, for boundaries. We have a lot of participation requirements, and to attribute the kinds of activities and vitriol that young person experienced, to attribute that to this bill without any basis of fact, to me, is simply, again, using an emotional argument that we all agree that's tragic, but it has nothing to do with this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I'll yield to the senator from Shawnee.
Mr. Chair, can I get an answer to my question about who wrote this bill?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I get an answer? I will take the answer from either senator standing, but This bill reads like kind of a bad book report, and I'm just curious who wrote it.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, here we go with the insults because they can't deal with the facts of what we're dealing with this bill.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Who wrote this bill?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reviser.
That's really interesting.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's really interesting because I know that I'm new here, but I have tried to be a good freshman and I've tried to read all of my bills, and I've never gotten a bill back from the reviser that had anything from the Karolinska Institute. And so I'm just surprised because when I've read the bills that we've all worked, I've never seen a bill that looks like this, but I will take that as the answer to my question. You know, it was stated earlier that ks has identified 5 trans student athletes. And, you know, one of the things that I really worry about is we're never passing these bills in isolation. And so I wanted to see if the senator from Sedgwick would help enlighten the body about the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Bostock versus Clayton County, and if she could explain what the court's holding was in that case, because I think it's relevant for this bill.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I cannot.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Well, in that case, the U.S. Supreme Court held that an employer who discriminates against an individual for being gay or transgender violates Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Could the senator from Sedgwick enlighten this body on a case pending in United States District Court in Idaho? This is the Hecox versus Little case. And this is relevant because the statute at issue in that case is pretty much identical to SB 208. Could the senator from Sedgwick enlighten us about that case?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to the senator from Johnson.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're confusing 2 different areas of law when we're referring to Bostock and what we're looking at now. Bostock, I think, is Title VII, which refers to employment law and discrimination in employment. And what we're looking at here is more implicating Title IX, which is equality in girls and men's sports, men and women's sports. So very different, and just want to point out to the body that in law, we're looking at passing legislation here. The United States Supreme Court has recognized biological distinction and differences between boys and girls, men and women. And again, that's what the bill is about. It's not about discrimination, it's about requirements for participation in sports. So as we've said before, there's lots of requirements. I also have to show that my kids are of a certain age to play on the soccer team and things like that. And so the United States Supreme Court has said that physical differences between men and women are enduring. The 2 sexes are not fungible. They're not interchangeable. Another case has said, well, the court condemned an artificial and blinkered analysis that would fail to acknowledge even our most basic biological differences, such as the fact that a mother must be present at birth, but the father need not be. So again, we're looking at the differences and when we're looking at sports, to keep it fair, to keep it a level playing field, and we have heard the facts and the scientific differences, and that's what the bill is about. It's not about other types of discrimination, but what are the requirements for our student athletes in Kansas schools? Thank you.
Senator from Johnson yields back to the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I brought up the Hecox litigation because it involves Idaho statute HB 500, which is a nearly identical law to SB 208, and it limited participation by transgender women and girls on university and high school athletic teams. And the U.S. District Court, in looking at this bill, has said that the law violates equal protection guarantees set forth in the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and they did so relying on the U.S. Supreme Court's conclusion in Bostock that existing bans on sex discrimination in federal law also prohibit this sort of gender identity discrimination, and found that plaintiffs are likely to succeed in establishing that the act is unconstitutional. So I think that's relevant because I think that's where we're headed if we pass this. And one of the things that I'm worried about in considering this bill is the potential litigation cost. I was looking at the fiscal note for this, and I generally wouldn't think that a policy that I guess is just supposedly about elementary and high school sports would come with a giant fiscal note, but the Attorney General indicates that SB 208 would likely be challenged on constitutional grounds, would need to go through the appellate process to get a definitive ruling on the validity of law. The Attorney General indicates, depending on which court system, federal or state, the case was filed in, getting an appellate decision could take 2 to 4 years. Due to the specialized civil liberty components of the litigation, the Attorney General indicates it is highly probable that specialized outside counsel would need to be hired by the state to defend any lawsuits, which could increase its already existing expenditures by several $100,000 over the life of the lawsuit. So that's several $100,000 more taxpayer dollars at work to, again, defend a law that involves 5 students in the entire state. The Attorney General goes on to say that the case ended up in the U.S. Supreme Court. Of course, litigation costs would even further increase. We would be spending more taxpayer dollars, and the case would take another 1 or 2 years to resolve. If the challenge is successful, the state could be ordered to pay the plaintiff's attorney's fees and costs as well, which would more than double the total cost to the state. I would remind this body that we are on the hook for $4.2 million of our tax dollars for the voter ID case. And so I think we'd be, again, looking at a similar amount of taxpayer dollars here, again, for a law that involves 5 high school student athletes. The Office of Attorney General goes on to indicate that local school boards and community colleges would likely be affected by the passage of SB 208 and subject to the increased legal liability described above. But we haven't yet understood the full fiscal impact of this bill, because the Kansas Board of Regents has indicated to us that passage of SB 208 could lead to the National Collegiate Athletic Association deciding not to host events in Kansas, but the fiscal cost cannot exactly be estimated. So I guess my question for the senator from Sedgwick is, given all of that, does she believe that this bill, SB 208, is of such an important issue that it is worth spending millions and millions of Kansas taxpayer dollars to litigate the issue of what Keisha has told us involves 5 high school student athletes?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I didn't know that that number from Keisha 5 was going to be the definitive number for here moving forward.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The way that I understand the senator's responses to questions from the Democratic leader and from my reading of this bill is that if a student were challenged, that would have the effect of more or less outing that student. Does the senator from Sedgwick agree that that would be the practical effect?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was not quite finished responding to the previous set of questions, so let me go ahead and address those. I'm certainly glad to see that our colleagues across the aisle are concerned about the fiscal health of our state.
That's why I voted against the budget.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize he had been acknowledged.
It's out of order.
Thank you. Well, let's address a few of those things. We don't know the cost, but the bigger question is, can you put a cost on providing opportunities for girls and women. I didn't know that you could put a cost on that, but let's talk about the NCAA for just a second. For the Board of Regents and those that are buying that line, it reminds me of a quote from James Frost. The saddest thing about selling out is just how cheaply most of us will do it for. I guess that money's more important than opportunities for girls and women. You know, if my daughter or granddaughter were being recruited to go to an NCAA college or university in the state of Kansas with that attitude, I'd want to know from that university president or that college president which they value most, Title IX or their bottom line. See, the NCAA kind of has a sad history of being anti-woman for the sake of money. During the debate for Title IX, they took the position that since athletic departments don't directly receive federal funds, that they should be exempt from compliance with the law. And I'm a little bit confused by the NCAA position that they would threaten states that adopt such legislation as SB 208 because it simply codifies what they have in their own rules and regulations. Why is a woman's basketball smaller than a man's? Why is the three-point line closer to the basket for women than men? Why are there different qualifying standards in swimming and track for women than men? Why is the shot and discus so much lighter for women than men if there aren't physical differences and advantages? Because those are the rules and the regulations that KSHA and the NCAA have. So I find it a little bit hypocritical that they would threaten sanctions against a state that merely agrees and is in line with their own rules and regulations. But more so than that, Mr. Chair, to bow to a threat from a hypocritical organization like that, to me, is unconscionable.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I mean, I'll look at what the NCAA said. The senator said that this was, I was a little bit, maybe I misunderstood, but I think she was saying that SB 208 was codifying the NCAA's policy, but I just want to make sure that I read to the body the NCAA statement on the anti-transgender legislation in Ohio that is identical to SB 208. And the NCAA does not think that this bill would be codifying their policy. In fact, what the NCAA has said is, as we have previously stated, Ohio's House Bill 500 and resulting law is harmful to transgender student athletes and conflicts, not codifies, conflicts with the NCAA's core values of inclusivity, respect, and the equitable treatment of all individuals. They go on to say, it is our clear expectation that all NCAA student athletes will be welcomed, treated with respect, and have non-discriminatory participation wherever they compete. So I just want to set the record straight of what the NCAA's actual statement and position is. And I wanted to see if I could get an answer to my previous question, which was that does the senator from Sedgwick agree that when a child's gender is challenged, that the effect of that is essentially, if the student is not already out, that the student is at that point outed?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I did not say that it codified their policy. I said it codified the intent through their own rules and regulations that they have in their own organization. But no, I don't agree with the assertion that it's outing. As I've said many times before, the physical form that they fill out, that is the basis for determining the physician and the parents whether that student participates as a male or female. Challenges to that go through KSHA, through their policy of settling those issues. So I guess that question could be posed to KSHA if they are outing students in dealing with disputes along these lines.
Well,
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
I'll get it by the end of the night. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the good reminders. I mean, I do think that essentially this has the effect of outing a student. If a student is not already out and they are challenged and they have to go through a KSHA process, I think that is, to me, the effect of outing them. And that part of the bill is particularly concerning to me because 52% of transgender and non-binary students reported having seriously considered suicide in the past 12 months. We know that transgender youth are disproportionately more likely to have higher rates of depression and anxiety, experience substance abuse, homelessness, and to die by suicide than fellow students. And I am in particular worried about this issue of outing students because if a student wants to come out, they should, of course, be respected for that decision, treated with every bit of dignity, but that is fundamentally a decision that should be theirs and theirs alone. And I worry about outing students where they may not want to be outed. They may have a home situation where that could put them in danger. We know that 40% of homeless youth are LGBTQ. So with all of that said, I have an amendment to tweak this bill to provide some more protections for children.
Have you turned in your amendment?
Yes, I have.
Could you please share the number?
It's 1777.
Would you like to explain the amendment or have it read?
I will just explain the amendment. So what this amendment does is it strikes SB 208 in its entirety, and it replaces it with a bill that would make it a crime for someone to unauthorized, without authorization, disclose a child's sexual orientation or gender identity. And it would set up two different kinds of crimes. One would be just the unauthorized disclosure, which would be a Class A person misdemeanor, which would come with a penalty not to exceed 1 year. And then it would also set up a second penalty, which would be the aggravated unauthorized disclosure of a child's sexual orientation or gender identity. And that would be a severity level 9 person felony. And if you look at the sentencing grid, that's an 11 to 13-month presumptive probation.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would challenge germaneness of this amendment.
The germaneness of the amendment has been challenged. We'll seek a ruling from the Rules Chair. We'll come back to order. The chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After careful review, it introduces a different question. It's a crime bill. It changes the purpose of the original intent of the bill, and therefore it's non-germane.
The ruling of the rules, Chair. Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's go back to Title IX. Title IX was intended to ensure that a disadvantaged class, women, received equal opportunities, but not that those opportunities had to be exactly the same. Let me repeat that. Not that those opportunities had to be exactly the same. The case law on sex discrimination under Equal Protection Clause has always recognized that there is an inherent difference between men and women, and that in order to ensure that women are treated fairly and equally, they need to be treated differently. Again, differently. I feel like the opposition to this is an extension of treating girls' sports as if they're not truly sports set apart for true competition. Our country has a long history of treating girls' sports unequally to men's. For decades, girls' sports were limited. Practice times were set when the boys weren't on the courts. Games when boys weren't competing. Track meets once the boys had finished. If this were reversed and a girl playing in a boys' sport would be disadvantageous to the boys, no one would stand for that. I'm asking for the same respect for competition among girls. I've been disappointed in some of my conversations with men who don't seem to understand this issue. To the men, you've not experienced what it's like for half of the population to be faster than you, stronger than you, bigger than you. It leaves you feeling quite vulnerable. There's still many areas in society that this is used against women. These vulnerabilities are exploited. Women's sports is a space where we feel safe. By voting no, you are sending a clear message to 50% of the population that women don't matter, that their efforts to win and the bodies they've been given don't matter. I'd like to bring you back to the article that I put on your desk that has photographs. This explains a situation that's been happening in Connecticut, where these biological men have been competing against biological women. These men have won 15 titles. Without this legislation that we're passing today, Kansas women are not protected from this. One of the Connecticut biologically female runners said, "We all know the outcome of the race before it even starts. It's demoralizing." I fully support and I'm happy for these athletes to be true to themselves. They should have the right to express themselves in school, but athletics have always had extra rules that keep competition fair. Another athlete said, "No matter how hard I try, I'll never be able to compete with someone who is biologically male. No amount of practice or determination," and we as women know what it's like to be told that you just need to have more determination, "will ever get me or other girls to a place where we will have a fair chance to win." But the CIAC, similar to their ks, doesn't seem to care. I now want to share a bit of a personal story. My earliest memory of determination was when I was in the first grade and I came in as the second fastest girl in class. The entire next year, yes, as a second grader, I ran around my backyard to get better so I could be the fastest girl in class. From second grade through 8th grade, I was the fastest girl in class. When I was a freshman, I was excited to do track in high school. My coaches had me try high jump. For those of you unfamiliar with high jump, you run up to a bar and you jump over the bar off of one foot without knocking the bar off. On my very first day, my coach pulled me aside and said, "You're gonna be good at this. You'll likely go to state because you can already jump 5 foot as a freshman. Freshmen rarely qualified for state." I worked hard, qualified for state, and won 7th place in 6A women's track and field for high jump. For an understanding of heights, on an average year, women could qualify state with a jump of 5 foot. Men could qualify for state with a jump of 6 foot. My sophomore year, I got 3rd place at state. My junior year, I got 2nd place at state. You can imagine how determined I was senior year to be state champion high jumper. I checked out books from the library about how increasing your vertical jump. I was okay to be on track all year long as a class. I was gonna be a state champion. I was speaking with colleges about jumping for them and looking into scholarships. All this was occurring with me during a year when I went through incredible challenges mentally and socially. Track was my outlet. I ended up with 3rd place my senior year. Big bummer, but the point is I had a chance. My highest jump ever was 5 foot 5 inches. That's about right here. Usually a jump of 5 foot 6 inches would win state for women, and for men that was 6 foot 6 inches. There would be no competing against a biological male. I would never make it past round 1. I think some people who are not as familiar with women's athletics do not understand these drastic differences. I now consult with companies on employee engagement. When I think of what made me engaged in high school, again, during a very tumultuous time in my life, sports was what helped me stay engaged. I don't know what I would be if I had not had those competitive opportunities. I'm not sure I would be here. I'm not sure I would be the youngest woman senator. Whether a biological male is displacing a woman on a podium or on a team, that is not okay, and that is discrimination. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, do you care to respond?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the senator from Sedgwick stand for some questions?
She will.
Does Senate Bill 208 apply to private schools?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
And could you, I'm afraid I'm unclear in the legislation where that is at in the bill.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is, I have a different copy, so my pages are different. I believe it is section 3. The very first paragraph of section 3 that says, interscholastic, intercollegiate, intramural, or club athletic teams or sports that are sponsored by a public elementary or secondary school, et cetera, or any school or other post-secondary educational institution whose students or teams compete against a public school or post-secondary education. So if a private school were to compete against a public school, they would be subject to these rules.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So in that language, then it only if they compete against the public school. Would that be correct?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or subject or participating under the rules of ks.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And the senator from Sedgwick just answered what I was going to ask next about who provides those rules for participation.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For secondary schools and under it would be ks. Above that would be the athletic governing body of the higher education institutions.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And since this bill also speaks to elementary, who would govern that?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It would be whoever would be responsible for those programs at that level. Could be the school district, could be another organization that organizes sports through the school system.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I think I've had a great difficulty with the fact that elementary is included in here because there is no specific organization that governs elementary sports within our school system. But KSHA does secondary, and I've heard tonight mentioned repeatedly about requirements for participation in sports. And so I would ask the senator from Sedgwick, who right now establishes those participation for sports at the secondary level in Kansas?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be the local school board or KSHA if those schools are members of KSHA.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So every school district that's participating in statewide sports throughout Kansas are following, in most cases, KSHA. Would that be correct?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To my knowledge, that is correct.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. That would be why it's called the Kansas State High School Athletics Association, what KSHA stands for. So they are who is establishing the guidelines that have been referred to at this point about age, about grade level. And so when earlier it was mentioned about filling out a form that was provided on our desk, that comes from KSHA. So all those guidelines for participation come through KSHA. So I would ask the senator from Sedgwick, can you provide us the guidelines that KSHA has for transgender student athletes?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have copies for every person. I am familiar with those guidelines.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I would appreciate if the senator from Sedgwick would expound on those guidelines for the body.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly. When it comes to students who want to participate in a sport that is not their biological sex, they notify their local school board. The school board then makes a determination and notifies KSHA of the fact that they have a student who wants to play on a team that's not their assigned biological sex. KSHA does have guidelines in regard to that, and they suggest that in making those determinations that local school districts consider several things. That the district consider the gender identity used for school registration records, that they consider medical documentation. And it specifically says that the gender identity of the student must be bona fide and not for the purpose of gaining an unfair competitive advantage. But the initial responsibility rests with the school and the school district. And then if there are disputes, it goes to KSHA.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you for this, Senator Sedgwick. So in that, in the policy, so KSHA has a policy for transgender students' participation. It's in place. There's a procedure for any student in the state of Kansas that wants to participate in state sports to fill out. It has a procedure. It has guidelines in place. It's what our Kansas High School Association is following. So my question would be, why? Why do we need Senate Bill 208? We have a procedure. We have a process in place. Anyone in here who has, as been mentioned earlier, who's had children that have participated in sports in Kansas in high school, whether it's Senator O'Shea or whether it's my daughters, all had to follow the guidelines of KSHA. That's why we have that Kansas Athletic High School Athletic Association to handle that very thing. And they have a policy in place for transgender participation, which the senator from Sedgwick shared with us that she knew that there were 5 students that have followed that process through KSHA. So we have an organization, we have guidelines, we have a process in place. So my question is, why?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate that question. First of all, I would say one of the problems with that is not all school districts have to belong to KSHA. Secondly, there are many organizations that have full-time lobbyists here at the Capitol to advocate for legislation on many different issues. And one such organization was an opponent of this bill because it should be given to different organizations or local control. Yet they want us to pass statewide legislation to protect the group of individuals that they deem should have statewide legislation protections for them. Governor Kelly signed Executive Order 1902 prohibiting discrimination in state employment, services, and contracts, and rightfully so. We have a responsibility as a body of legislators to have equal opportunity for Kansans. That's our responsibility. I think if we would make it acceptable to say, we're not going to deal with unfairness when it relates to employment.
Point of order.
Because local agencies do that.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petting.
I would ask that the senators stick to the bill that we are debating.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I've made my point that this is a responsibility. There are times that other organizations advocate for statewide responsibility. This definitely fits into that category. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I would make it clear to the body that every public school in the state of Kansas, if they are doing high school sports, participate through KSHA, the Kansas State High School Athletic Association. So if there are parochial schools that are competing against public schools in Kansas, they are participating through KSHA. Now they may be in some side league, but if they're participating against public schools in the state of Kansas, they participate through KSHA. So we have KSHA. We have guidelines in place for participation, whether it's age, and for transgender students. This bill, this is looking for a problem that we don't have. We're looking for a problem we do not have in the state of Kansas. And we're in that process, we are creating discrimination and bullying. And I would yield to the senator from Leavenworth. No, I would still let Senator from Johnson, sorry.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a few questions for the carrier of the bill, if she would stand for a few.
She will.
First off, to my friend from Sedgwick County, I appreciate that some of the very concerning language of the bill has been removed. There's a couple questions that have gone through my mind through some of the information that's presented here tonight. This table with the comparisons, from what I can tell, the data on these tables, it's reflective of men and boys, correct?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct, with boys being defined as being under the age of 18.
Great, thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
I was just anxious to thank her, so thank you. My next question, we've talked quite a bit about bullying, and my question is, do we still feel that bullying in schools is a topic that the legislature should be concerned about?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to answer that. I'm not sure what that has to do with this bill, however, so if the senator from Johnson could explain the connection, I'd be happy to respond.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Certainly, we've spent a lot of time in different committees talking about bullying, which students are getting bullied, efforts to combat bullying. When you're talking about legislation such as this, there is a component of bullying to it. So that's why I ask, is bullying in schools a topic that we should continue to be concerned about?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Double yield. Here we go. Senator Johnson, from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can wait to respond. It's just that things get so far afield that by the time you respond, it's a different topic, but I can wait. No need to yield. That's fine.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would challenge the assertion that when we deal with legislation about a topic that happens to be a topic related to school, that automatically leads to bullying. I challenge that assertion.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
All right, thank you. And I won't continue to ask her the question or belabor the point. What strikes me, though, is as a legislative body, we have invested a lot of time over the past few years talking about problems and issues in regard to bullying. And it strikes me as I sit here looking at this, who do we think is getting bullied? LGBT communities, individuals have some of the highest rates of bullying. At the same time, this legislative body has spent a lot of time talking about the need to address teen mental health issues and prevent suicide. Again, as was alluded to earlier, who do we think suffers the most in this regard? LGBT students. In a recent survey, more than half of transgender male teens report attempting suicide in their lifetime, while 30% of trans female teens said they attempted suicide. And you know, it was mentioned earlier that there's such a great importance, so much to be gained by being on a team. And I totally agree. Being a part of a team helps build confidence, unity, leadership, and working together. Yet with this bill, we want to deny those possibilities to the most vulnerable students in our population, and sadly, would likely instead promote isolation, discrimination, and negatively impact student safety. The NCAA already has policies in place regarding these issues, and very much straightforwardly said that they find bills like this, and I quote, harmful to transgender student athletes and conflicts with the NCAA's core values of inclusivity, respect, and the equitable treatment of all individuals. You know, the reason why I asked about these tables is because, too, the other thing that struck me is, yes, we're talking about comparing men to women. We're not talking about comparing women to transgender. And that's what we're talking about in this bill. Additionally, there's another thing that strikes me today. You know, earlier we debated the bill in regard to expanding expedited licensure. And I think it's a great move. We are the 6th most moved from state in the nation. We obviously have a struggle in getting people to move here as well as stay here. So earlier we took the action of working a bill to expedite licensing to try to make Kansas more attractive, to entice people here and get them to stay here. Yet now, this evening, we're taking actions that harm people and put out a different sign to them. Signs that suggest to them maybe they shouldn't come here. In the past 5 years, this legislature has brought forward 10 measures attacking transgender children. We can pass bills all day long for economic development, but it likely does not offset the effects of harmful legislation like this. This bill is bad for business, it's bad for people, and it's bad for Kansas. And trust me, I truly understand that human nature often pushes us to operate from a place of fear when something or someone is different from ourselves. But I challenge this body to approach our most vulnerable children with support and operate from a position of kindness. I will not be supporting this bill, and I encourage others to do the same.
The senator from Johnson yields back to the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. Seeing that she has no further questions, any further questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to bring everyone's attention to the second to last page of the article that I shared on your desk. One of the coaches says that when her biologically male runners have felt demoralized after competing against transgender girls. When one of her sprinters was knocked out of the finals by a transgender runner last year, the coach said she just walked away pretty discouraged, wondering what the heck just happened. I wonder if those women have ever had thoughts of suicide or depression, or if they've ever been bullied. I don't know that. I don't know that. But I think we have to think about these women. This bill is about women. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Senator and Chair. I would like to just touch base on a few issues that have been brought up that we really haven't responded to, but certainly came up during the hearing that we had in Senate Education. The question's been raised about the issue of suicide and suicidal ideation, and it's really just been presented with regard to, in very kind of generalized scope, about the thoughts of suicide and ideation with transgender children. But what we know to be true in NCAA research is that suicide is in fact the third largest leading cause of death for student athletes. Having been a student athlete myself, married to a student athlete, having children, student athletes, one of which was a Division I athlete, we know that depression is very common amongst athletes because they're constantly striving for that personal best. They're striving against competition within the team and those teams that they compete against. And when we talk about what happens at the collegiate level, it is interesting that it was brought up with regard to the lawsuit that's going on in Indiana. And I just want to share with the body what ACLU has published about that lawsuit, that being the Hecox v. Little. Lindsay is a college student at Boise State University. She wants to run on the track team so she can form friendships with other girls. That's the lead. And let me just tell you, being the parent of a collegiate trackster, my daughter didn't get on that collegiate team to form friendships, but she was on that team so that she could compete, so that she could strive for her personal best. Now, friendships are certainly gained, but in a sport specifically such as track, you're competing against your own teammates just to have that opportunity to compete at the next meet. What we heard from parents and from student athletes that testified, here's a quote: "I would never have started competing if I would have to compete against males. There would be no point in even attempting to beat them." Female athletes can be the best women in the competition and still lose to a biological male with unfair advantages. We heard testimony about Connecticut, where 2 biological males won 15 of the women's championships that were previously held by 9 different girls. What we know to be true about our student athletes in the state of Kansas at the high school level is they are striving to have that opportunity to have a personal achievement, to have their personal best, but for many of them, it's going to be their path, it's going to be their opportunity for a college education. So when we talk about issues of depression and suicide and opportunity, it's important for the body to remember that we want that for all kids, for all kids. Depression and suicide is not just an issue for trans kids, it's an issue for cis kids as well. What we heard from parents is they want an assurance in our state, in Kansas, that when their daughters are competing, that they will be competing against other girls or women that have the same physiological abilities. We know that there is that participation requirement that KSHA has. There's a form, there's a document that parents and physicians must fill out. But why do we need this piece of legislation? Because we have a KSHA document. It is so that parents know that they can guide their daughters into athletic competition and that the playing field will be even. It will be fair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had an awful lot said here tonight, but there's one more thing that is really important to consider. Just today, a press release from the ACLU of Kansas said, the ACLU of Kansas strongly opposes SB 208 and urges the Kansas Senate to see this bill for what it is, a baseless attack on transgender youth that is both deeply harmful and unlawful. To the transgender girls and women in Kansas who want to be treated with dignity, we support you. We have your back. You belong. You are valued. The ACLU of Kansas will fight for you. SB 208 plainly violates the U.S. Constitution and federal law. It undermines the authority of athletic governing bodies, singles out transgender women and girls for disparate treatment, and is based on flawed understanding of biology. But more importantly, it is dangerous. It is dangerous for our youth and dangerous for our state. As we have said since this bill was first introduced, if the Kansas legislature wants to push through these sorts of baseless attacks on trans existence, the ACLU of Kansas will see you in court. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, do you wish to respond?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's kind of sad that the ACLU used to defend women's rights. Now they're attacking them. But I will say this. There will be lawsuits. Make no mistake about that. There will be lawsuits from the parents of biological females who are harmed and their dreams and opportunities to exceed and play on an equal playing field is stripped away unfairly and unjustly. So I agree, there will be lawsuits, and it will be in that respect.
Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thank you. Again, this bill is about opportunity and fair competition. I had the pleasure for 18 years to stand alongside my daughter to help a young girl become a strong woman. In large part, this was accomplished through sports under fair competition. It was one of the greatest honors of my life. All Kansas girls deserve this opportunity. This bill keeps that opportunity alive, and I am in strong support. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we know to be true is that Title IX was intended to ensure that the disadvantaged class at the time in 1972 when Title IX was enacted was that women receive equal opportunities, but the opportunities didn't have to be exactly the same. Without Senate Bill 208, let's also look at what we know to be true, is that without Senate Bill 208, what we will be doing as a legislature is we will be creating a new class to be recognized as a special class, and that special class will actually be violating equal protection. And here's how. So for the argument against Senate Bill 208, here's how it would go. Though a person of the male biological sex would have to be admitted to a girls' sports team because the person of male biological sex asserts he's of female gender identity. So without this bill, they would be, the male who identifies as a female would be allowed and required to play on the girls' sports team. But another athlete of biological male who asserts a male gender identity would be prohibited from playing on the girls' sports team. So really then what you're doing is discriminating based on gender identity. And that would be a new class of a protected class under equal protection. And actually, without Senate Bill 208, you would be requiring the discriminating against the male who identifies as female and not the male who identifies as male, because you're prohibiting the male who identifies as male to play on the girls' team. And that would be what's unprecedented in law, is creating a new category that requires discrimination under equal protection. So that, I would posit, is the danger here that without Senate Bill 208, we would be creating. Thank you.
Further questions for the carrier of the bill? Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I will make this short. I'm sitting here listening to all of this, and I honestly can't even believe what I'm hearing. Have we lost our minds? We are, if any other time, we would be saying this is silly, this is ridiculous. Of course, this biological male is going to win this race. It would be odd if he didn't. In fact, I can see bullying if he said, I'm going to dress up like a girl and run this race and see if I can beat girls. It's not about that. What it's about is just physiology. It's about athletics, and it's about prejudice against girls. We have received, on the committee, we received proponent testimony from they who describe themselves as a liberal women's organization, their description, saying, we fully support this bill because we support women and we support women's rights and the rights of girls to compete against one another instead of biological males. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. I realize the hour is late, but it's truly sad we are even have the need to vote or debate something such as Senate Bill 208. I still believe in old-fashioned chivalry. 208 takes a stand for young ladies, natural-born females. Whether this legislation passes or not, and I truly hope that it does, I must ask, are we, the fathers and grandfathers of young ladies, our daughters, our granddaughters, going to take a stand up for them, to defend them from the embarrassment of being in a shower with a biological male, in a locker room with a boy, a biological male? I will. I'll take a stand. Are we going to protect young ladies from losing opportunities to stand at the top of a podium to receive a gold medal? I will. I'm going to take a stand. Are we, American men, going to take a stand and defend our young ladies so they can receive a great scholarship to an institution of higher learning? I will. I'm going to take a stand. Some more questions. Have we, men, given away our man card to the snowflakes? Are we going to allow someone to carry our manhood around in their fanny pack or in their purse? Are there no longer any alpha males who will stand and defend our young ladies, our wives, our daughters, our granddaughters, our neighbors' wives, daughters, and granddaughters? Mr. Chairman, I will. Let's do the right thing. Let's pass Senate Bill 208. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and a sincere thank you for the debate this evening. I think it was an important one to have. I heard throughout this debate that this bill is going to deny someone the opportunity to participate. And that just simply is false. It does not deny anyone the opportunity to participate in sports. We heard some very sad stories about what transgender students and a lot of other students experience, and that's tragic. And I empathize, and my heart goes out to those kids. But that is not what SB 208 is about. It's about fairness for girls and for women. The statement was made that this bill hurts people. Without SB 208, girls and women will be hurt as well. SB 208 is about protecting fair and equitable opportunities for biological females to participate and compete in athletics, the same that biological males have. To make it about anything else is not accurate. Do we want to set women's rights back 50 years? Do we want to erase the champions who have blazed the trail for women athletes today? Thanks to Title IX, I went to college on an athletic scholarship, and I was the first in my family to graduate from college, due in part to that scholarship. And this is going to age me a little bit, and that's okay. My senior year of high school was the first year the NCAA had a women's basketball championship. Louisiana Tech won. I remember watching that game and watching Kim Mulkey play for Louisiana Tech. Kim Mulkey is now the head coach at Baylor University, the only woman to win a national championship as a player and a coach. You know, we always hope that our daughters and granddaughters have greater opportunities than we have had. And it's just unthinkable to me that my granddaughter may not only not have greater opportunities, but that we're fighting for her to have the same opportunity that I had to participate in women's athletics. Finally, Mr. Chair, I'll close with this. In 1995, Nike ran a powerful ad titled "Let Me Play," and it featured young girls saying this: if you let me play sports, I will like myself more. I will have more confidence if you let me play sports. If you let me play, I will be 60% less likely to get breast cancer. I will suffer less depression if you let me play sports. I will be more likely to leave a man who beats me if you let me play. I will be less likely to get pregnant before I want to. I will learn what it means to be strong if you let me play. If you let me play sports. Kansas, let's let girls play. Let's let them play sports. Please support fairness in women's sports. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Will you please make the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report SB 208 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The chair recognizes the Assistant Majority Leader from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carried.
Clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Clays in the chair. Recommended, sub HB 2066 be amended on motion of Senator Hildebrand and the bill be passed as amended. SB 37 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be amended on motion of Senator Peck, and the bill be passed as further amended. HB 2227 be passed. HB 2078, Senate Bill 208 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports, and the bills be passed as amended.
Chair recognizes Senator from Saline for adoption of the report.
I move adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Report's adopted. Chair recognizes Assistant Majority Leader from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and the following bills be advanced to final action and roll call. Substitute for House Bill 2066, Senate Bill 37, House Bill 2227, House Bill 2078, and Senate Bill 208.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We will hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. The bills on page 4 and 5 of the calendar, substitute for House Bill 2066, Senate Bill 37, House Bill 2227, House Bill 2078, and Senate Bill 208. The clerk will read the titles.
Sub-House Bill 2066, an act concerning occupational regulation. Senate Bill 37, an act concerning insurance. House Bill 2227, an act concerning courts. House Bill 2078, an act concerning criminal procedure. Senate Bill 208, an act concerning education.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Godot. Gossage. Oh, excuse me, Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluth. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Heil. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Where? Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe SB 37 is a solid bill. It removes agent appointment fees and streamlines licensure for insurance companies and large agencies, which creates a savings for them, as reflected in this fiscal note. It allows Kansas to use NIPR for the continuing education process and to use more of the services offered to trace and report CE for renewals, which creates efficiencies for the department and agents who carry multiple licenses. I applaud that increase in efficiency. However, as an insurance agent and former educator, I believe we should treat continuing education seriously, because a poorly trained agent in any line of insurance can result in poor advice to consumers who rely upon insurance to protect the livelihoods of themselves and their families. As an example, as drafted, this bill would allow a multi-line insurance agent to take all their education in one line, such as property and casualty, and zero education in health and life, but still maintain their license and sell health and life insurance to unsuspecting families. As it stands, this bill is a step backward. We do not want to sacrifice consumer protection for expediency when we can have both. This needs to be corrected in conference committee in order for me to support this bill, so I am a no.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal? So ordered. Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I believe in old-fashioned chivalry and standing up for God's special creation, females. Mr. President, I vote yes on Senate Bill 208. I have a 14-year-old granddaughter. Hannah, this one's for you. I have a 20-year-old granddaughter. Libby, this one's for you. Libby is expecting and will give birth to my first great-grandchild, a girl, in the next 50 days. Baby Jabin, this one's for you. Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that my words be spread on the journal.
So ordered. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my vote on Senate Bill 208.
Please proceed.
Treating humans with dignity and respect is the right thing to do. This bill is built on a lie that the biggest threat to women's sports and happiness is transgender folks. It's built on a lie that biological gender is simple, and we understand the science that says that it isn't as simple as some want it to be. It's built on the premise and a problem that hasn't and isn't occurring. I vote no, and I would like my remarks spread on the journal.
So ordered. Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to give an explanation and vote on Senate Bill 2066. This bill affects many licensed occupations in Kansas that we heard from in the past 2 weeks in Fed State. I understand that many licensing bodies are concerned that their ability to deny an application for licensure will be limited by this bill. It's critical that every applicant complies with the underlying laws governing each occupational license. I fully support this bill and I voted yes on it. My understanding of the bill, after conferring with the revisor, is that each licensing body retains the discretion to determine if the applicant's credentials, private certification, or work experience falls in the similar scope of practice as the Kansas licensed profession. Per subsection M in the bill, this determination would be subject to any state law defining such scope and practice. Subsection H requires a licensing body to issue a temporary permit in such instances if the applicant's a military service member or spouse, unless doing so would jeopardize public health and safety, which is also determined by the licensing body. Subsection I authorizes a licensing body to issue a temporary permit in such instances to any other applicant, but the licensing body is not required to do so. I just wanted to make that clear because there was some confusion in committee. There was a little bit of discussion on the floor, and I would like my remarks spread across the journal. Thank you very much.
So ordered. Further explanation, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to explain my vote on Senate Bill 208. I support Senate Bill 208 because it fits well with well-established case law and is legally sound. The history of the enactment of Title IX and of the women's movement in America show us how important this piece of legislation is to ensuring that girls have a level playing field. Title IX was intended to ensure that the disadvantaged class, women, received equal opportunities, but not that those opportunities had to be always and exactly the same. The case law on sex discrimination under the Equal Protection Clause has always recognized that there are inherent differences between men and women, and that in order to ensure that women are treated fairly and equally, they sometimes need to be treated differently. As the first woman Senate Judiciary Chair, I believe that this law is vital to ensuring that girls in Kansas have the same opportunities that I have had and have led me to this point. Thank you. And I would like my words spread across the journal. Thank you.
So ordered. Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
I'd like to add, I'd like to be added to the comments from Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, if she's okay with it, except the part about judiciary.
So ordered. I think I was Senator from Wyandotte, not Senator Petty. Sorry, I think I missed you over there.
I'd like to explain my vote on Senate Bill 208.
Please proceed.
The state of Kansas has an organization, KSHA, the Kansas State High School Athletics Association, that provides guidelines for participation in secondary sports in Kansas. This organization already has guidelines for transgender students to participate in sports. SB 208 is creating a problem and opening the door to discrimination and bullying of our Kansas students from K through 12. I vote no for Senate Bill 208.
You want your remarks on the journal?
Please.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falsquito.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to explain my vote. However, when I heard the word separate but equal, I decided that I would do that. Mr. President, I vote no on Senate Bill 208 simply because I am against any type of discrimination against anyone. I'm against any exclusion of any human being. And as a black woman, as a Democrat, and as a the first African-American woman to serve in the Kansas Senate, I've experienced here in this Capitol exclusion as a woman. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, my daughter was in the IB program at Wichita East High School, the International Baccalaureate program. She was always excluded. She was also the captain of the Wichita East High tennis team, and she played with all females, but she was treated different, and she was of their same gender. So I am against any type of exclusion. I hope that we, as we move forward, perhaps not this session, but the next one, Mr. President and colleagues, we can look at maybe creating something where all people are able to participate in sports and other activities in our schools and colleges. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to join the comments of Senator Warren from Johnson County with her permission on 208.
So ordered. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. President. Concerning SB 208, we live in a different culture, and I have a lot of friends, people that I know in the LGBT community, and this is a difficult decision for me tonight, not from a value perspective, because I do come from a Judeo-Christian background. My worldview may be different than others. It is based in Scripture, but from the cultural perspective of things, and I try to get along with everyone. I try to love everyone. We're all different. Not everyone believes like I do. I try not to force my beliefs on other people, but on the flip side, I would like to have their respect, and I hope they don't force their beliefs on me. However, good debate and reasoning is very important, and how we present ourselves in that is more important, and that we at least all try to come to an understanding, and then we have to decide. Tonight I decided, not just for my district, but for what I believe is right from the state. I believe we have to have compassion. I know suicide. My best friend's boy, who was raised with my sons, committed suicide. My son, as a result of that, locked himself inside his room for 6 months, and I fed him through the door. I know suicide. I have a grandniece, Summer, who spent several summers with my wife and I, playing as a little girl would play. Now she is Alex. He is Alex. I hope that we can all treat one another with respect. I hope that I can bring Alex to an understanding of my Judeo-Christian values. I don't believe we should bully, and I would never do something or say something in the best of my ability that would cause someone to take their life. Thank you.
Would you like your remarks on the journal? So ordered. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. With their permission, I would like to join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, and the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, on SB 208.
So ordered. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of order. I want to make clear that if an earlier comment about something that I said from the senator from Sedgwick was that I said separate but equal, I did not. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. HB 2078 puts a temporary stop on our Kansas statute to a speedy trial. I believe we should not be delaying our citizens' right to a speedy trial, just because of a backlog. As an example, the military judicial system has adjusted to the pandemic with strict procedures and protective equipment to execute appropriately timed justice. Our judiciary should be obligated to do what it could to ensure our state's expectations to our constitutional rights. However, we are where we are with the pandemic, and we have serious criminals who pose a serious risk to our society that cannot be set free on technicalities. So I appreciate the amendments our body has made to limit this hiatus on one of our sacred constitutional rights to 2 years. So I vote yes. Thank you.
Would you like your remarks on the journal?
Yes, please.
So ordered. Any further explanation of vote? Any additional changes of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "31 having voted in favor and 6 against the passage of SB 37, 24 in favor and 10 against SB 208, 36 in favor and 2 against HB 2066, 32 in favor, 7 against HB 2078, 34 in favor and 5 against HB 2227. These measures, having reached their constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill 299 by Committee on Ways and Means, an act concerning the State Banking Board.
This constitutes introduction of SB 299. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2126 as amended by House Committee be passed. Senator Warren, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends SB 295 be passed. Senator Hildebrand, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Local Government recommends HB 2178 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator McGinn, chairperson.
Are there announcements? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. You have it on your desk today, an invitation from the Early Learning Caucus for next Monday, March 22nd, to come listen to Gail Kozad, the CEO for the Kansas Children's Service League. And the Kansas Children's Service League manages a program called the Kansas Healthy Families Program, which is offered in 30 counties in our state. So it's a great opportunity for you to learn more about how this provides services for your families for children's 0 to 5. I hope you'll join us on Monday. And the information on how you can RSVP is there. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Utilities will meet normal time tomorrow. Final action on one bill for tomorrow.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Point of order, we are on tomorrow, but no GO?
That's not actually a point of order, but if you're asking, that is correct. We will. I think we're finalizing the agenda. It is not anticipated to be on GO. We will probably have motion to concur on your SB 21.
Then the announcement would be that the tax committee will attempt to meet tomorrow afternoon. I will not be able to make an announcement, so watch your emails but we will attempt to meet at 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon instead of Friday. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Local government will not meet tomorrow. I apologize, I did not get that taken care of in the calendar today, so local government will not meet tomorrow.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Judiciary will meet tomorrow and Friday, our regular time, our regular room. Thank you.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley, for your announcement and a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fed and State will meet tomorrow at the regular time. They will not meet on Friday. And I move that the Senate adjourn until 2:30 p.m. on Thursday, March 18th, 2021.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The Senate's adjourned.